of the Equinox. That's volumes 1 through 10 in the first set. Then the second set is the quiet equinox, the silent equinox, meaning nothing was printed. And then the third is called the blue equinox. So there's 11 books. I have an offer of all 11 books plus 2 tremendous bonuses for $14.99. Okay. Now, you can't beat that. And these are fully searchable discs with complete PDF files. And the bonuses, if you don't believe what I'm going to tell you, take a look at mojoacademy.org and look and click the link for the Equinox. It is first you get a copy of The Great Beast Speaks, which is the only known set of recordings by the magician Aleister Crowley, who wrote the Equinox. Almost everything in there was written by him. It's a massive undertaking, and he did it. Now, a lot of people have these recordings for sale and offer the recordings, but they don't have something that I do. And that is, I transcribed what he's saying. And that's important because these are old acoustic records. And it's hard to hear them sometimes. It's hard to hear what's being said. So I have inside, if you open up the label in the CD, you will see the words. And I'm the only one who does that. And that's because I'm compulsive, I suppose. I don't know. But I like thoroughness. And the other is, speaking of tarot, is among the books on the CD-ROM will be the Crowley's Tarot book, the Book of Thoth, which is been called the strangest book ever written. And that's because it is almost thoroughly incomprehensible the first time you read it. After you read it a couple of times and you get into it, this magical work is an investment in time and effort and mental activity. It starts to make sense. This is the beauty of it all. It's not that easy, and anybody who tells you that they can give you a simplified version of the magic contained in the Equinox is wrong. I mean, Lon Milo Duquette has written whole books explaining parts of the Equinox. He knows. He takes it very seriously, and he explains quite a bit of it. But you can get to that too. But before you get to that, you might want to get the books. And rather than fork out a few $1,000s, I'm looking at my set right here now in the studio. Rather than do that, you don't want to spend a few $100s for some reprints by a little publishing company because it's in the public domain now. You want to get good, solid copies that you can keep on a CD, and they don't take up space. And you can just offload it into your computer. You'll always have it, and you can search these things. It's incredible. It's a fountain of knowledge, and it's funny. There's so much humor in there that I fall apart laughing at certain things. Arthur Waite, who wrote the most popular book about tarot ever written, and it's completely useless, called The Pictorial Key to the Tarot. For some reason, that still sells. People still buy that and get disappointed grossly and get turned off. But it's a book that it conceals more than it reveals. He gets savaged repeatedly on the pages of the Equinox in the most uproariously funny way. So that in itself is wonderful. And there's also contemporary book reviews, but the core of the Equinox is magic. A ritual magic that can help enlighten you and get you things you want in the world and help you do good in the world. This is not about revenge. This is not about casting spells to hurt people. This is the real deal. This is ceremonial magic in the Western esoteric tradition, as exemplified by the original Order of the Golden Dawn. Now, if you don't know what I'm talking about, when you do, then just remember what I'm telling you and get this. But if you know what I'm talking about and you're curious about it and you want to dig into it, this is it. Just get to, you either go to mojoacademy.org and look at the Equinox page, or there's a direct link, which is tiny.cc/the Equinox. That's capital T, capital E, but one word, The Equinox. And that will get you to where this collection on CD-ROM is. That's tiny.cc/The Equinox. Now, in the same vein, I have something that's an awful lot of fun. I've been wanting to do this for years, and I just decided to just stop procrastinating and do it. I quite often I've mentioned that I was married once before, very briefly, and it was a strange little marriage. But well, there were things about me she just despised, and one of them was she told me one day that I was a procrastinator. And when I looked up that word in the dictionary 2 weeks later, I was very upset. Wait a minute, that calls for this. Let's see. That's obligatory, folks. I had to do that. But I wanted to do this, and it is custom designed talking boards. Now, I'm not going to say Ouija boards because that's a trademark. Custom designed talking boards, spirit boards, if you will. And I can make one for you, 8.5 by 11, laminated with a planchette, based on your favorite photograph or any photograph you send me that you want me to turn into a talking board. Whether you think it's appropriate or inappropriate, it's up to you. I'll do it. And if you just take a look at that, also at mojoacademy.org, the custom designed talking boards, and you can get that. You can look at that at this a similar address. It's tiny.cc/custom board, capital C, capital B, custom board, but one word. And go over there, and you will see a downloadable brochure that explains the whole thing. And I think that they make a wonderful gift. And if there's a picture you have, and if you want me to do it for you, I'll be more than happy to do it and then mail that right out to you. So check those two things out. I worked on those pages, and I think you'll like the web pages, and I think you'll like the products. But mostly, if you're seriously into the occult arts and you want to take an upgrade and you don't have a set of the Equinox, because most people don't. The set that I've got was printed in the 1980s, and they only made 750 sets. But I have one of those. Now, those today I've got it for about $200-300 new. Today, they go for about $2,000-3,000. And I don't think you should do that. I don't think you should spend that kind of money on that. But if that kind of money means nothing to you, go for it, because these books these are graduate school works of magical explication. So go, if you really want to go up a notch or two or three or four, get the Equinox, and also it's fun reading. It's dense reading. They wrote differently in the early 1900s, in the late 1800s, but they got the point across. So please check those two pages out at mojoacademy.org, custom talking boards and the Equinox. Now, we are, as I said, on the cusp of show number 400. Time may fly, but I've been doing this. I'm in my 14th year doing this. I think that's the 14th year now. And that's, boy, I tell you, this is, I missed so many shows last year because of illness. And then I met a whole medical team that decided to make it their life's work to keep me from dying. And I guess I appreciate that. Let's call a spade a spade. I'm not upset about that. But I mentioned that to one of the doctors who I visited today, and I said, I see a lot of brusque people who are very unhappy. And I don't think they understand that all you people are doing is keeping us alive, and he smiled. Oh, it was marvelous. It was so nice. And it's like giving back a little bit. But I'm here. I'm actually, for a guy who's terminal, I'm healthy. Now, the thing about terminal is, as long as they're treating me, I'll be here. If they stop it, of course, the lights go out. But that's there's worse things that happen, and I'll deal with it. And when it gets flowing, when I get into the whole flow of it and accept this as part of my life, which is what it's going to be forever, I'll be doing more and more innovation, like the talking board or like the Equinox. These are the kind of things that I enjoy doing so much, and so let's get together every Wednesday at 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific for the people listening in the archives hundreds of years later. And don't kid yourself, people probably will be listening many, 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 many years later. I will keep doing this, and I'm going to do this until they wheel me out of here, feet first, as they say, because I enjoy it, and I'm quite loquacious, as you've noticed. So it burns it off. I don't know how my wife puts up with it, but I know I only have to do it for an hour with you, and I can seem quaint, but I guess living with me is a little different. Anyway, and by the way, one of the bizarre aspects of my treatment is that I cannot wear a wristwatch. Don't even ask me to explain. So I've dug out my pocket watches, and I've got a new pocket watch coming, which you can find at Zazzle. If you look at Twitter, you'll see an ad for it. But I have a tarot reader's pocket watch. Now, there you go. That's style, baby. That's style. So check it out. Now, we're done with the commerce, and let's get down to the readings. I'm going to ring a bell 3 times to declare sacred space. And we'll pull back the curtain on the magical window for Beth in Eagle Rock, Virginia. Hi, Beth. You're on with Reverend Ellen.
Hello.
Hi. How
are you?
I'm doing well.
Good.
I'm here. Let me tell you something. The best friend I ever had in my life was from Eagle Rock. But I don't know if it was Eagle Rock, Virginia or not. It was a German Shepherd. Who my sister named, and this is in the 70s, named Frodo. But on his pedigree papers, it was Frodo of Eagle Rock. And
you know what? I have 3 German Shepherds.
No, aren't they great?
That I rescued. Yeah.
People don't know. People like dogs, but I don't think they understand that the thing about German Shepherds is that they learn. You can train a dog, but they learn. And I found that out because I asked the dog, I said, go to mom when I was a kid. I was living at home at the time. And the dog went to my mother. We never told him that, but he was listening to the way we spoke to each other. And he knew who was who. And
they literally understand what you're saying. To you.
Yeah, now
you have to be careful with what you say.
Yes, you do. And I didn't see that dog after I grew up and went out and left home and all. And then I went to visit one day. And that was the first I'd seen that dog in maybe 15 years. And it started whimpering and weeping, and it was a little lame in the hind legs, as a lot of pedigree shepherds will get. And it dragged itself over to me and put its head in my lap. And it remembered me.
Wow.
And I'm telling you, that dog was crying.
15 years later?
Yes.
That's awesome.
It was quite old at that time. It was,
That's amazing.
They don't forget. And this was a true friend. The only time I ever saw this dog scared was the first time I took it for a walk on Broadway here in New York City and in Midtown, on the Upper West Side, and he saw. Up until then, he was the biggest animal he'd ever seen, But he saw a mounted policeman on a horse, and he saw a horse, and he started crying. And
he was like, "Oh my God, that is way bigger than me."
Yeah, he went into the submissive position with his tail up and all that, but it was very funny.
Yeah.
But yeah, that so I see Eagle Rock, and I always think of that wonderful animal. That was my best friend as a teen, and
that is so cool because I have 3 of them. How coincidental is that?
Yeah, that's beautiful.
They're man's best friend. They're definitely your best friend, and I take them with me. We live here on this particular house is on a huge creek, and it's like a river. It's just not long enough to be a river, and they stay with me. And if there is any animal, including snakes, that are in front of me on my path, because we're banked up against national forest also. They get them out of the way. Like everything disperses before I get to it.
They're very protective. And what people don't
Oh my
understand
God, you're not kidding.
you can give them a list of things to do, and they'll do them in that order. I'm sure you've done that.
They seriously are like humans. I mean, we say things and they will react, and we're like, "Oh my gosh, they understood." We're still amazed.
They tilt that head, Yeah, I know.
Yeah, they tilt the head sideways, and it's like, "What are you saying? I'm trying to compute what you're saying." Oh, I love them, and my husband sleeps with them. So yeah.
There you go. So what can I look
at
for you? What can I look at for you in the cards tonight?
Let's see. Let's do finances, because that's what's foremost to me right now.
Okay. Well, wow. Okay. The first card I have is a card with coins on it, which indicates money. Now, last week, somebody asked me about finances, and she had like 8 cards in a row that were all money. You're heading in the same direction. I have one,
That's
two,
beautiful.
3 cards right now that are all money cards. The first is the 6 of coins. That's about philanthropy. It means either getting or giving money. That could mean that money is coming your way. The King of Coins shows a person with a mastery over money. You can make money grow. You can do things with money.
Okay.
The 8 of Coins is a person who is very diligent in work and gets the job done and is rewarded for it and is given more money and responsibilities then. Now, the next 2 cards are rods, which are about work and career. The Queen of Rods, now that's important because you got personality-wise, you have the King of Coins and the Queen of Rods. So that's real mastery of work and career and money. And the 4 of Rods indicates a happy home, a very happy home. But we know that because you have German Shepherds, right? So there you go.
Oh, yeah. That's a happy home.
Now, the question is, the 6 of Coins, does that mean money is coming to you or going from you? And I think it's going to be, you're going to be getting money because I have the Ace of Coins here. And the Ace is the beginnings of, so that means there's money coming your way.
Okay, that's beautiful. Good to hear.
Now, if things have been a little hectic financially for you, I have the Temperance card here. That means a situation that was out of balance is going to be balanced. That's another indication that the money is coming towards you.
Good. So, okay, I'm trying to let it go and live as if it already has. So great.
Well, it's funny you mention that because I have here the 9 of Coins, and that's a person that there's money, of course, but there's serenity there. And peace and understanding and what you have is you can enjoy it and you're comfortable with it, so it looks very good. It looks like you're going to be all right. Looks like this year is going to be very good for you. Well, they're your cards, so it's you mentioned money, and the first thing you got 3 of those coin cards. That tells me that the cards really like you. So you might want to look into getting some yourself. If they do like you.
You think? Okay, I might do that. I've never tried that. I do dowsing and.
Oh, great.
Yeah, I do that. But yeah, I'm very into stuff like that. Tarot cards, I haven't really tried.
Well, let me tell you something. I'm gonna do a shameless plug. If you decide to do it, check out my book called like this show, Reverend Elliott's Magical Window, which is a guide to tarot.
Okay, definitely.
You can find that at Amazon. You can find it at mojoacademy.org and Amazon.com. There, you see. I said I'm going to ring the bell so there'll be no commerce, but you'll get a signed copy then if you buy it through Amazon.
That's awesome. I think that I would love to do that. Yeah.
Well, great talking to you.
Say the name again. Say the name.
And the Reverend Elliott's Magical Window.
I'm looking it up now. Okay.
And thank you for bringing back so many happy memories. It's
you are welcome. I hope you have a beautiful night.
Oh, I already have. Thanks to you. Thank you so much.
Oh, beautiful.
But
Thank you, sir. Bye-bye.
bye now. And let's shuffle up the cards. See, that was a great call. And there's so many wonderful people out there, and that's why I feel sorry for the people who spend their lives just whining and complaining and screaming and protesting. And come on. I mean, there's a time and a place for everything, but there are some people who just don't know when to stop. And phew, man, I ran a newspaper for 20 years, and I was exposed to people like that a lot. And I needed positive energy. That's one of the reasons I was glad to do this show, to get the opportunity to work with the Ask One Radio people, because they're all about positive energy. And I tell you, you want you want to subject yourself to negative energy, run a newspaper. It can burn you out, but we got through it. In fact, when we stopped doing it, and we looked up and said, we were doing that for 20 years. We didn't even notice the time go by. That's we were talking earlier about all these things, and I was quoting the great Alan Watts, who said, and I know people get a little itchy about this, but I'm going to say it anyway because it's doable. All sensible people make a living doing what they enjoy doing. Now, that doesn't mean right out of the box. You might have to spend a few years doing a lot of stuff you don't like doing in order to get to the stuff you like doing. But, we've all had to have bread and butter jobs before we got an ideal job, if we were lucky enough to get an ideal job. But I have been able to, for many, many years, make a living as a writer, and I enjoy it. Screenplays, newspapers, theatrical endeavors. Sometime I'll tell the story about how Donald Trump jump-started my career, believe it or not. That's, I just like to keep politics out of it. And it's not a political story, but you can't discuss that man without getting political. So maybe we'll save it for the book, as they used to say. Melissa in Peoria, Illinois is on next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliott, Melissa.
Hello.
Hi, how are you tonight?
I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. How are you?
I'm doing well. I'm glad to be here. What can I look at for you?
My goodness, I don't even know how to ask it.
Well,
I don't know. I was going to say my dad's been weighing on my mind a lot, but he passed away a couple years ago. So I was like, it has to be him trying to give me a sign or something.
Well, I can look at that. Let's shuffle up the cards. I never did that until I started doing this show, and some people started asking me. And I had been doing the show for years, and nobody asked me to do that. And then somebody did, and I said, okay, I'll give it a shot. And the first card I got was the death card, which said to me, okay, we're talking about an afterlife reading. So, that's very good. That's one of the cards I look for. So we're all shuffled up. Let's see what we have here. The funny thing is about these readings is they tend to start out sad and end up happy. Okay, now here's one. This is very simple. This is the Three of Swords. This is a card that, it shows a heart pierced by three swords with tears coming out of it. So you get it. It's about great sadness. So yeah, that's that. I think we're on the right track here. I have two other cards here, the Judgment card and the Temperance card. And I do look for those cards when I do an afterlife reading because they both have an angel on them. One or the other will suffice, but you got both. So that's very strong. The next card is the Six of Swords, which shows a person traveling from here to there, from where they are to where they want to be, where they, it's about changing where you are, which is definitely, we're talking about going to a whole new realm of existence. So I'm seeing that as confirmation that this is, in fact, going to be a valid afterlife reading. Now, here's the funny part. The next card is a card I almost always get for this kind of stuff, which is the Sun. It's a card of great healing and health and growth and happiness. And the Ace of Cups, which is about the beginning of emotional well-being and love and all good emotional things. Now, you notice we started out with a very sad card.
Right.
We got a card of transition, which is the Six of Swords, the person in the boat. And we went to happy cards about growth and happiness and healing and health. See, this is the way these readings tend to go. So I'm going to put this in there in that file with all the others, which is the message is, I know it's sad. I know you're sad. It was all very sad what happened to me. And you don't have to give us any details of anything, by the way. But the message is: be happy. I'm healing. I'm growing as a person, as a spirit, as an entity, and emotionally, I'm coming out and getting new layers of well-being. That's the Ace of Cups and the Sun card. The message is: you don't need to be sad for me because I'm doing well. That's how I interpret it. Do you get the same idea?
Yeah.
Now, the one last card here shows a happy family with a rainbow. It's the Ten of Cups. That's great happiness. So I think the message is yeah, of course, it's always going to hurt. Let's face it. I mean, I'm sure even the spirit who passes knows that we never lose that emptiness that we experience. But the spirit is saying, I'm going to be okay because I'm growing and I'm evolving as an entity. Okay?
Yeah. That's good.
Yeah, I think that's
it was funny. I was going to say it was just kind of like a quick passing to me. You know, he lived in Missouri and I live in Illinois, and I've not been able to be back, you know, to St. Louis in a long time. And I found out he was in the hospital and that he had gotten out, and then he went back in, and I found a way to get there. And then I seen him, and then like the very next week he passed. And so it was one of those things where it was like, oh my gosh,
yeah.
I was just happy that I got to say, you know, goodbye and everything like that.
Good.
I was hoping it wasn't forever.
No, but the message here is that it's happiness. The message is one of happiness that that the spirit wants to get through to you, according to my cards. Okay.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
And I will light a candle after the show to send positive energy to your father's spirit in the other realm. How's that?
That sounds perfect. Thank you.
My pleasure. Bye-bye now.
All right. Bye.
And let's shuffle up the cards. We're at the halfway mark at Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, the show that just keeps on going even when I'm not here. That's the beauty of having a backlog of 400 shows. You know, I can pop off to the Riviera, and I can actually, you know, I have a laptop. You know, I can do the show from the Riviera anyway. I used to do this show live. For those of you old timers will remember, I used to do this show live from a restaurant here in New York, and that was fun. Those shows were great, you know. But I haven't done that in quite a while. I think the restaurants are skittish enough anyway as it is here in New York. First of all, they got shut down, and then they've got. They're being hit with. We have a commuter tax now, if you want to call it that. We have a tax that if people drive into the city to go to the theater, they get charged money for coming in above and beyond the toll. So that some of the restaurants are getting very creative. They're giving people back the money that the state is grabbing from them just for being here. I mean, this is the town that never sleeps, and they're tucking us into bed. So I can do this show from anywhere, and maybe you'll come up with some ideas, and maybe I'll head out there and do a show from wherever that is. Brittany in Greenville, Michigan is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi.
Hi, Brittany. How are you tonight?
I'm doing okay.
Well, let's see if we can make that better. What can I look at for you?
I'm wondering if you could just do something general.
Sure. What would you want me to see what the cards show and see if that's what's on your mind?
Sure, yeah.
Okay. Well, the two things I have here relate to money and emotions and romance kind of things. The affairs of the heart and not intellectual but emotional. And I'm seeing that you're feeling kind of stuck where you are. Is that close to what's going on?
Yeah,
Okay.
pretty much.
Well, the good news though is I have the magician card here for you, which means that you're a person who has great spiritual power. Do you do anything in the spiritual realm yourself?
I'm very spiritual, and I would say I'm very intuitive and clairvoyant
Okay.
and things like that. Yes, I have a
Good,
lot of that going on.
because you
But
have
at
the
times
magician.
I
Go
don't use
ahead.
it so much. But I mean,
Well,
I
it's
guess I
there.
do. I don't realize it.
It's there, and that's what's good. And that's the magician card. That tells me that because the magician, the card, well, it shows the person in the shape of the Hebrew letter Aleph, which is the beginnings. It's A in a sense, but mostly, more importantly, is the magician is holding one arm up with a magical wand in it pointed to the sky, and the other hand, the arm is down pointing to the ground, which is that you can take spiritual power and use it here. And that's why I asked if you use it at all, because the card is showing me this. This is not many people get that card. Now, when they
Yeah,
do,
I would
it's a
say
very an intuitive and spiritual person. So you're gonna
right. I would say I try to on a regular basis. I would say I'm trying to manifest things, but I seem to do it pretty easily when I focus.
well, you'll find a way to sharpen it when you want to. Focus is the key word, and you don't want to run around doing it all the time, right? It's you
No.
need to you need to turn it on and turn it off. But I do see that you're going to be able. The money. I have the Ace of Coins here, so the money is going to be coming towards you, and I have the Eight of Coins, meaning you're going to be working to earn this money. And the Two of Coins means you're going to be able to juggle the money and balance and maybe use it to make more money, like credit and all that. Juggling money to make more money and get things done. I think you're good financially. I mean, you know how to use money, don't you?
Yeah.
Okay, you're careful with money. That's the Four of Coins. Some people think that means a cheapskate, but it doesn't. It means a person who's very careful with the money, who knows what to do with it. You can still have a good time, but you don't. You're not gonna. If you win the lottery, you're not going to be broke in 2 weeks. You know what I mean? That's not
Oh,
you.
No.
So I see that. Oh gosh, here again is the Page of Coins. That's another card that is like the Ace means the appearance of money is pretty theoretical. The Page of Coins means it's coming, it's here, it exists. So I think that this year is going to be one where you're going to concentrate on finances, and you're going to do very well.
Okay. Yay.
Listen to the inner
I did pretty
voice.
good last year. I'm just ready to do better.
Oh, good. I'm glad somebody did well last year. So
Yeah.
that brightens up my day. Believe me, so many people took a hit last year, but you know what to do because that you have that intuition. Let me see if I can get one other card here that can. Yeah, the Ace of Rods. That's telling me that new career opportunities will also come your way, and you're going to take advantage of that. So this is going to be a very interesting year of not just I wouldn't say change for you, growth. Okay, in terms of work and money, growth. Change can be hectic. Growth is regulated and it works well, and you're growing. Um,
Yeah.
do you have a melancholy side?
What does that mean?
Like, do you get sad now and then and moods
I'm
like
sad
that?
all the time, and I don't really know why. I always wonder if I'm carrying somebody else's sadness around.
Well, yeah, because I'm seeing cards that show that this hits you from time to time. Um, You might want to next time you feel that, try to explore it and see why. Because it just kind of stood out, and that's why I asked you about it because it doesn't seem actually like you. If you know what I mean. So you,
Yeah,
as
it's
in,
been constant for quite some time, and I'm not sure why.
well, let me see if I can. I can't get any insight on that. It's obvious. I mean, this goes hand in glove with the empathetic, intuitive part of you.
Yeah,
So
I
that's
think it might be something to do with my younger daughter. She was placed with her father and kind of been a custody battle, and I'm wondering if I'm carrying around her sadness. That she might be sad about it, but she can't show it.
Well, we all know that there's a connection between the mother and child, but you're a person with much stronger, deeper connections. So you are going to be feeling it. See what you can come up with. That would be, you can meditate on that. You can think about that and visualize. And, if anytime you want, you can drop me a line. You can contact me through my website or through Ask One Radio, or my email is asktaro@earthlink.net, and I can suggest things that you can do to kind of exercise that muscle and look at it and see what happens. Okay, no charge, of course. I'm not drumming up business here. I'll be more than happy to help you do that. Okay. There is a book that is an old book that I had reprinted from in my publishing company, which is called How I Discovered My Mediumship, which was about a little girl who had medium powers, and everyone thought she was crazy, and she thought she was crazy until she learned how to control those powers. So these kind of things that I'm not saying that you're contacting the departed people, but I
have, and I was admitted to the mental hospital many times thinking I was nuts. So.
Oh, well, you may want to take a look at this.
Everybody else said I was too.
Listen, you're talking to somebody who was told half of his childhood that he was out of his mind, and I had to explain that I'm not. I read words by Edgar Allan Poe when I was 9 years old, and it struck so hard that it's still in my mind. It's one of his pieces of poetry, and it begins, "From childhood's hour I have not seen as others saw." Now, at 9 years old, I read that, and everything in my life snapped into place. Wow. From childhood's hour, I have not seen as others saw. And that's Edgar Allan Poe, and he was a total outcast and misfit. So, if and again, there's not a sales pitch, but check out at mojoacademy.org How I Discovered My Mediumship. It's a book you might be interested in, because this woman became one of the most renowned psychic mediums of her generation in the 1800s, and wrote a book about the trouble she went through as a child, and the hatred she faced, and the prejudice that people who followed spiritualism faced, and the evils that were thrust at her.
Adulthood, so.
I think you'll identify with it if you want to take a look at that book. It's called How I Discovered My Mediumship. It's about Mrs. Cecil Cook, or Cecil, I guess it would be. So at some point, I'm not saying go get it today, but at some point just look into it. Okay, it could be right up your alley. A lot of people who have these kind of abilities need to learn how to control it, and that's what happened with her, and that's her story. Okay, so I hope you're feeling a little bit better now, and I thank you for calling. I've had a great time talking to you.
All right, thank you. You too.
My pleasure. Bye bye now. And let's shuffle up the cards. We still have some time. And let's see, what do we have? Oh, I'm trying to shuffle these up and focus my old eyes here. I did so much time on the computer designing those websites. This is not a sob story, that I kind of burned out my eye, in a sense, my one eye. I'm a cyclops these days. I've lost one eye, not because of the illness. That was another illness. That was something else. That was just a fluke. I just happened to have a I just happened to have a blood clot in my eye. That's why I walk around with an eye patch. The damnedest things happen with you walk around the streets of New York with an eye patch on. The little boy came up to me once and said, he looked up at me with his mouth open and said, "Are you a pirate?" That was just too cute, And I said, "No, I'm not, but maybe I'll look into it. Do you think I should try it?" He said, "Yes." So we'll see. And then for some reason, a lot of people find it very attractive, And I used to think that the surest way for a man to attract women is to be happily married. They'll come out of the woodwork and try and get you. But the eye patch really takes the cake. So anyway, I'll put up a new picture of me with my dashing eye patch. Jennifer in Bayville, New Jersey is next. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
I'm good.
Great. What can I look at for you? We got some time here.
I was looking, things, if they could go wrong for me, have been going wrong for me lately, and I'm just hoping for some the other shoe to drop.
Yeah, let's see if that's going to ease up. I hate that kind of, there's another, speaking of Edgar Allan Poe, there's that wonderful line in The Raven, because all the Raven says is nevermore. And the man who is listening to the Raven speculates, escaped from some unhappy master for whom disaster followed fast and followed faster. And there's times when we've all felt like that, and it's the worst. So let's see what we got here. The Knight of Swords. Now that is a fascinating card in this context because the swords are mental activity. And knights are on horseback and they jump around and they go here, they go there. Like a knight on a chessboard can move in different directions. So what this is saying is that your mind is racing around with all this, and you don't need the cards to tell you that, though, right?
Yeah.
Okay, the Page of Swords is here. Now, the knight is the beginning of the court cards, and the page is the end of the court cards. There's 4 court cards in each suit. That's telling me that it's going to calm down, and you're going to master the mind. And here's the Ace of Swords. Wow. Okay, the Ace of Swords. Now, that doesn't mean that all the problems are in your mind. It's just that our mind is where we feel the problems. You know what I mean? This is many years ago, I was riding a 10-speed bike for the first time, and I flew off of the bike and I fell on my face into the pavement in Central Park. And this is in the 60s, and a guy comes up to me and says, "Smell the flower and you'll feel better." And of course, my face was all smashed in. I'm not that hippy dippy into all this stuff. So I'm not going to say that this is all in your mind, but it's happening in your mind, if you know what I mean. That's where it hits us. Never fear. You've got 2 of the most positive cards in the deck here. Absolutely, the single most positive card in the deck is the Fool. The Fool card is the card of the beloved of God, the person who has great spiritual protection and power and will do fine. And if there was any negative card in this reading, that would take it out. The next card is the 10 of Cups, which is about perfected happiness. And then the 10 of Coins, which is also a card of great happiness. It involves money, but it also involves family and ancestors and grandchildren and great-grandparents and all, your place in the line of your family, that you'll fit in. You're not a misfit. I do. Here's the Wheel of Fortune, which means the situation that you're in now is going to change. Now, is it going to get worse or is it going to get better? It's going to get better because the next card is the Ace of Cups, and that's the beginning of happiness. So you went from these 3 cards, which are swords, which have dark clouds on them, to a card with rainbows, to cards with money falling from the sky, all kinds of good stuff here. So yeah, I think your answer is that this is going to clear up.
Oh, goodness.
Okay, so don't let it get you too far down, but you can't just smell the flowers like that guy said and be better. You know that.
Yeah.
But you will free yourself of this. That's the Eight of Swords. That shows a person who's bound up and blindfolded and can't get anywhere. But the implication is you're going to cut those ropes because you're tied to swords. And all you have to do is move, and you'll cut through them, and you'll get to the castle up on the hill in the back of the card. That means that it's there. You're going through a bad time now. You look at that card, the Eight of Swords, in the Rider-Waite deck or one of its derivatives, and you'll see what I mean. It's a person who feels trapped and caught in circumstances and trouble, and the mind is troubled, and the situation around her is troubled. But there's a castle on the hill, and she's going to get there. That's the main menu here. That the cure is right there, and it's coming, and you're going to get to it. So
just keep telling myself that every day.
Well, the cards are telling you too, so that's good, right? that helps.
Yeah. So if somebody else is listening, that's great.
Yeah, it's not going to last. It's not going to go away very soon, but it's going to go away soon. Okay, that's the best I can tell you. Because you're going to, because the whole thing clearing up is implied in the Eight of Swords. You had a lot of sword cards there, and swords are mental activity and strife. So and sometimes
a lot and a little bit of a life.
Yeah, those overlap. Well, somebody, I don't remember his name now, but he was one of the Hearst editors of a newspaper, one of the Hearst chains, and somebody asked him to define life. And he said, it's one damn thing after another. And yeah, the older I get, the more I see that's so true. It's just so true.
Really?
So oh, no, I'm going to revise one thing. I have here the Eight of Swords. That means whatever is coming for you that's coming it's on the way and it's almost there. So it is going to happen very soon. See, that's the one thing that drives me crazy about tarot cards. I can say something like, well, if this was really what's going to happen, you'd get the Page of Cups. And then the Page of Cups shows up. So I said, well, I don't see it happening very soon. And I based that on not seeing this card. And then now here's this card, the Eight of Rods. So, yeah, it's on the way. It's almost here. So you're almost out of it. It's coming, okay?
Okay.
You've been through it. You've been through the ringer, and I'm seeing other cards that just show it's been bad.
Yes.
But the Empress is a good card. The Empress is a person who makes things grow and makes things happen. So you're gonna do that. You're gonna get through this, okay? And I've got to run. I'm just about out of time, but I keep that in mind. And I tell you, if it gets to be too much, even if another bad one day is bad. I'm not going to say there's only one bad day, because bad days are bad days. Then just go to AskOneRadio.com, go to the archive and listen to this show. Listen to the February 5th show at the end and listen to your reading, because it's wonderfully positive. Okay, it identifies the problem, it defines it, it shows it, and it shows the way out. So
thank you.
You're going to be good this year. It's my pleasure.
I hope so.
Nice talking to you.
Have a great day. Thank you so much.
Bye now. And hey, that's it, folks. We've come to the end of show number 399 of the continuing saga of Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. And like I said, you can buy the book, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window, if you want to learn how to do this too and put me out of work. Hey, it doesn't take long to learn how to do this and get practice at it. I mean, there are people listening now who've started recently and are already doing readings for people. You can you just don't memorize the card readings from the little white book, the LWB as they call it, that comes with each tarot card deck. Just get in there and play with them and look at them and get comfortable with them and find one that you like. You can look online. There are several sites that offer glimpses of almost every tarot deck ever made or for sale, and that would be you find something that whatever blows your skirt up, as they used to say, right? So do that, and then check out Reverend Elliot's Magical Window the book. It comes with a CD that has actual readings that explain and illustrate points made in the book. And it's the kind of book I wrote the book because it's the kind of book I wish I'd had when I started doing this. So I'm a real tarot enthusiast. I collect tarot cards. I have the whole set of the Tarot Encyclopedia, and I just get a real boot out of it. And hey, you know, don't forget, look at that tarot pocket watch I mentioned. Take a look at that. You can see that at Occult Jewelry. You go to magic-works.com and look at occult timepieces, tarot timepieces. Sorry, I got to run. I'm eating up the clock here. So I'll see you again next week for show number 400. And remember, time flies. It's up to you to be the navigator. Bye-bye now.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for the Mini Medium with Stephanie Cowan. Live from TarotWithSteph.net. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is the Mini Media on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
All right. Hi, guys. Welcome. Happy Wednesday. Happy Hump Day. And happy New Moon Day. And also happy Chinese Lunar New Year. This is the year of the snake, the wooden snake to be specific. So I am the mini medium on the A1R Psychic Radio and the beautiful Moonstruck TV. I'm so happy to be here and so excited for what's to come, because I'll tell you, if you are familiar with new moon energy, if you're familiar with even, the kind of the energy of the year of the snake and shedding all that old skin, this is going to be a beautiful day for readings. And the veil between us and the spiritual realm is so thin right now. I've had some beautiful connections today, so I cannot wait to see what happens with the callers. And then shortly after my podcast tonight, for some of you who may know, I do about a couple hours of free readings, and that is on my YouTube channel, which is Mini Medium 75. But you can also find all that information on my website at so it's the little dash, mini-medium.com. And all that information is also right down there as I can see it. So please feel free to hop on the website, and that'll have all of my social media stuff. So anyhow, I am so excited to see what the cards brought today too. So I'm actually a little proactive today. Surprisingly, it's just so not like my Gemini side. But the number that I've been seeing today, by the way, is the number 15. And so for some of you who may know, when I do, my podcast, or literally every day, I have, numbers that come up, signs and symbols, whatever it may be. And the number 15 has been very, very strong. So it's going to be very connected to, like, the 15th would be a death date, a birth date, an age of 15 years ago. So just kind of keep that in mind. And I always say the number will always connect and resonate to either one of my callers tonight or even one of my readings later on, as I do these free readings, tonight on my YouTube channel. So, all right, we'll keep that 15 in mind. And then as we are getting ready here to take my first caller, I'm going to read some of these beautiful messages that I pulled. As I said, I was proactive. I want to read to you let's do the Moonology card. So as I, shuffle the cards, I count out the number 15, or the 15th card. And so funny, the new moon in Gemini. So I'm a Gemini, and I love all those Geminis. Shout out to the Geminis. Shout out to those twins. But we are in the new moon in Aquarius, so many of you know, but Aquarius and Gemini are also air signs. So this one is very interesting, and it really fits and resonates with my life right now. So I hope it does for you. So then this Moonology card, they're just beautiful. The message, the new moon, the new moon, the Moonology Oracle message says, this is for everyone, that communication is key. I'll kind of hold that up here. So communication is key. And boy, if that is not a serious, truth, I don't know what else is, right? So you can see the beautiful card here, and the new moon in Gemini. So, and as many of you know, the new moon is where we're at that cycle of manifesting new things. So if your message is communication is key and you are wanting to manifest new things in your life, well, I suggest that you have some good communication, not just with, your family, your friends, but also have that beautiful communication with yourself, with your spirit guides, with the universe, or whoever you feel that your maker, your higher power is. And, I'll tell you, communication literally is key. And so I hope that resonates with many of you. I know it sure does for me. So now the other message I wanted to pull was an affirmation. And the affirmation, this is so beautiful. I'll show you, even these cards are just beautiful to have the beautiful butterfly here. And some of you may love the butterflies, as I do, beautiful green butterfly. And green is the color of the heart chakra, by the way. And this card fits beautiful with opening up that heart chakra. So the affirmation says, I make a positive difference in the world, even with my smile and my words. Boy, I hope that comes across to all of you when you hop on my show, and or any of the amazing and gifted readers that are with A1R Psychic Radio and Moonstruck TV. We really do this to make a positive difference, to spread, that good positive energy, because it is a ripple effect, my friends. When you put it out there, it is a ripple effect. So keep it positive with love and light and good energy. And I'll tell you, just a simple smile and a simple hello makes a huge difference, right? It's so funny. I will literally be in like a grocery store or just out and about, or even driving, and say hi or wave to someone, say hello. And do you ever notice that if you ever do that, they kind of awkwardly look at you like, do I know her? And I just kind of get a kick out of it, because here in Utah, as I'm out and about, my husband laughs and others say, well, you're Utah famous now. And I laugh and say, sure, but people will recognize me from, A1R, or they'll recognize me, from events or from YouTube, whatever it may be. And, but even then I don't get a hello or a wave back. So I just recommend, if anyone smiles or waves at you, just at least smile back, it won't hurt. So anyhow, I hope that these little messages can really connect with you and make some difference in your lives. So I'm hoping I can make a difference in this wonderful person's life. So I have Terry, I believe Terry from Pennsylvania. Hi, Terry. This is the mini medium. How are you?
I'm well, thanks. How are you?
I'm doing great. I just visited Pennsylvania just in July of last year, and then around the November time last year. I loved it. We were in Gettysburg. It's beautiful, beautiful area.
Oh, I have family down there.
Oh, do you?
I'm a bit further north. Yeah.
Are you? Oh, I love it. My husband's a huge Philadelphia Eagle fan. And so I took him to a game at the stadium in Philly, and oh my gosh, he was in heaven. He was in heaven. So I think Pennsylvania, just Gettysburg, the energy there, and being a medium, just connecting with all of the, the energy, but just the history. It was incredible. So anyway, one of my favorite places to visit. But this is all about you, my friend. How can I help you tonight?
Oh, okay. I don't know. Do I ask you questions? Is that how you work, or do? We have about, we usually have about 12-ish minutes. I know they're short and sweet. So I always say, some people call in and they say, well, a general reading. Some people ask for a specific topic, whether it's, health or work, or kids. Some people ask to see if we can't channel a loved one who has crossed over. So whatever you're feeling, I'm happy to help you with.
Okay. Well, I'm coming up onto my second Saturn return at this point, and so I am. As far as work and like I'm right now, I'm empty nesting. I've had a huge transition over the last 2 years, and you know, I'm not sure where I'm. Like, I know where I'm at, and like I'm okay here, but like I'm not sure if you know, things are going to be changing for me, whether it's career wise or you know, if I'll you know, meet somebody and have a relationship, or have some you know, make some friends that are, you know, because I just moved down here, so yeah.
Okay. I love it. Okay. And I love that you have recognized, or that you're mindful in the shift, you know, that you are experiencing with, you know, within your journey. And I feel you're embracing it as best as you can, by the way. I do feel that you're taking it all in and trying to, you know, do the best with it, but also to learn from it. So I commend you for that. You may not feel that you are, but I feel you are. So maybe,
no, I'm doing my best.
Yeah, you are. I love it. And you really have a beautiful energy and just a positive outlook. And I can feel that coming from you. And I cannot express how important that is. You know, I always say, you know, life is obviously what we make of it, but it's really about also how we react and respond, you know, to change, or, you know, to even, you know, those not so great, you know, events that happen in our life. But you know, all that energy we put out in the universe comes right back. So I say, you know, it's that karmic lesson, you know, and some are harder than others and some are beautiful. So, but with that said, I pulled a couple cards for you. I want to ask you really quick. You may have heard me mention that the number 15 had come up pretty strong today. Do you resonate with that number as a death date, a birth date, an age?
My one of my children, that's his birth date.
Okay, wonderful. This is what I love to hear. Okay, so this is just some validation of our guides working together, and even to possibly bring up one of your children. So, or maybe just collectively. I know you said you're getting ready to be an empty nester, so I know that you know, that sure is a whole new world. It's a whole new transition.
Yeah, it sure is.
You know, I'll tell you, it's is this a son that was born on the 15th?
Yes.
Okay. So, and do you have 3 children? I keep feeling like there's 3 children around you.
I do.
Okay, beautiful. We're vibing well, my friend. Good psychic flow. So I'll tell you, I pulled a couple cards, and with this one that I love for you, I'll show on the screen here in case anyone wants to, if they're watching, this Ace of Cups card. And this Ace of Cups card that is right side up, the cup, when it's right side up, it really connects with the fact of you filling up that cup. It means that that cup's been empty and it's time to fill that cup up. And in this card, it sits right at the beautiful heart chakra, which we were just talking about a minute ago, or I was bringing up with the affirmation. The other thing that I love about this card for you is the ace. And the ace is a new beginning. So when you look at like a standard deck of cards, it goes ace, and then 2, 3, 4, 5. And so being that this card is here, and then I pulled another for you, and it's this Hanged Man card. Now, the Hanged Man card did come out upside down or reversed. And so that's really connecting with your shadow work. Are you familiar with shadow work or heard of shadow work?
Oh yes, I've been working on my shadow work, actually.
Beautiful. Oh, I love it. That's so great. Well, your cards are just validating your work, my friend. And sometimes just sometimes just getting that validation is more important than anything, because sometimes we just want to know, are we on the right track? Am I making the right decisions? And the Hanged Man is all about connecting to your highest divine, connecting with your purpose. Where you feel your soul, is needing to be, per se. And I feel for you, even you moving to a new place a few years ago, that's the new beginning, and it's slowly filling up your cup. So I feel some of the things that I would just be mindful of for this year, especially that we're in this year of the 9. And the year of the 9 in numerology, that 9 means it's wrapping up old stuff. It's, mending old ties. It's getting ready for the year of the 1, which is next year, which is the Ace, which is your beautiful year, my friend. So take this year as a year of taking everything of unfinished business, wrapping all that up, making sure all these ties are mended, because I feel like that's going to lead you into about the end of this year, into the beginning of next year, where you're going to see new beginnings. And I'll tell you, you've got a beautiful new love connection that I do see about the end of the year. And you definitely want to be vibrating at that higher frequency when you meet your person. Otherwise, you're going to meet the person that is not the right one. So, I think this year, without a doubt, for you, hun, is a year of just keep getting rid of the old. This is what this year is about, the year of the snake, shedding the old and beginning this beautiful new journey. So, and what a beautiful day to do this, but on a new moon. We're in this new moon right now. So I want to bring up your son really quick, just because that 15 came up so strong. There is a sense of disconnect with him right now with you, and the disconnect can be geographical. So is he in a different state?
No, he's in the same state, but he's going through it right now. He's going through some things, and I'm just giving him space to go through it.
Perfect. That's what I was hoping you would say. And I just don't want you to feel frustrated. I know from a mom to a mom, we want to, be involved and try to be there to help them. But sometimes the best thing we can do is to just step back, and that's what I feel is best. And you're doing that. So, I would say, all in all, my friend, this year is going to be a year of growth, but also a year of some hard changes and choices of letting some people go from your life, cutting some people out. Now, this doesn't mean that you don't love them, that you don't want them in your life. It just means that you're not going to allow for their energy to affect yours any longer. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I actually had a chat with myself about this over the holidays, and it was a tough holiday season for me. And then I said to myself, nobody's responsible for me but me, and for me to let myself be upset, that's just silly. So I made up my mind that from now on it's about me. I'm a grown up. My kids are grown up. And, they're not required to take care of me. And,
right.
So it's just a matter of, like I said, my youngest one moved out last January. And since then, it's been coming to terms with, okay, I'm by myself for like the first time in, 40 years. And, it's just been adjusting.
Oh, yeah, for sure. For sure. And like I said in the very beginning, just kind of validating the fact that you are adjusting, I feel just beautifully, my friend. And so, I hope that this helped you and hopefully, gave you some, advice or some guidance. And sometimes just validation that you're doing great and you're exactly where you're supposed to be.
Yeah, well, that's good to know. Can I just ask you, like, with my work life, is there am I staying where I'm at, or am I going to change positions, or am I going to would it be my best interest to look elsewhere?
I feel for at least this year, I would not make any big changes just because you have so much going on already that I feel the new year, next year, the year of that one, right, is the year of where I feel the new beginning of work will come in. And even, about second quarter. So what's that? April, May, June. So I would say stay put for a little bit until you are feeling a little bit more, balanced this year. And then I would say definitely next year, start looking into something different, only because I feel where you're at right now is just draining you. If not anything, it's boring you. If that probably sounds awful to say, but if that makes sense.
Yeah, it's not boring. It's just that, it's not challenging either. So
challenging. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. All right, my friend. Well, I got to grab my next caller, but please feel free if you're up tonight on my YouTube channel. I will be on doing a couple of hours of free readings. Feel free to hop on and let me know who you are, and we might be able to continue this.
All right, terrific. Thank you so much.
Okay. All right. You're so welcome. Take care, and sending you much love and light this year.
All right. Thank you. You too.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, guys. Okay, perfect. We've got time for another caller, and this is Dominique from Texas. Hi, Dominique. This is the mini medium. How are you?
I'm okay today.
Yes. How can I help you tonight, hon?
I guess a general reading on making sure I'm stepping in the right path at the right time.
Okay, sure. You got it.
I'm having to make some changes in my life, and I don't know. I'm a very kind of emotional person, so I tend to react to things.
Sure. Okay, sure. Yeah, absolutely, hon. Let me see. I'm going to pull a couple cards for you as well to see what maybe cards will give us a bit of some validation. Are you a water sign or an air sign?
Water.
Water. Yep. I figured that's the first one I saw. All right. Couple things. So, in a general sense, but I'll try to, you've got a lot coming in. So, let me ask you really quick again. I don't know if you heard me earlier, but I pick up numbers. Numbers come through to validate certain things that will connect me with my callers, or, later tonight when I do my free readings on my YouTube channel, these numbers will be very specifically connected to somebody. But the 15 has been coming up pretty strong, which would be like the 15th of a month as a death date, a birth date, the age of 15, 2015. Does this name or number resonate with you in any way at the moment?
Yeah.
Feel free to go to my website, mini, and then it's dash, the little dash, medium.com. You can see it on the screen too if you're watching on YouTube. Or you can go to my YouTube channel, which is Mini Medium 75. Let me know who you are if you're able to. You got a whole lot coming in, my friend, including some souls that are on the other side. Boy, trying to step in. So, but all in all, I want you to just take a deep breath this year and just try to take care of unfinished business, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, hon. Well, I hope that helped you. I know it was very quick, very brief, but if you can hop on tonight, I'd love to see you. But have a beautiful night, and I hope to talk to you soon.
All right. Thank you.
You're welcome, hon. Bye-bye. All right, guys. See how fast that's a wrap. It's a wrap. All right. Well, I cannot wait till next week and see what happens. But please, I hope to see you guys tonight on my YouTube channel. Like, again, Mini Medium 75, or go to my website, mini, the little dash, medium.com. And I will see you guys next week for sure. Okay. Bye, guys.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Intuitive Readings with Nay Mary. Live from intuitivereadings.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Intuitive Reading on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio, and whether you're returning or you're new to the channel, welcome and thank you so much for tuning in. I'm Nay from Intuitive Readings. I'm a psychic and medium, and I help people find peace and purpose by connecting them with the spirit world. And today I wanted to offer you a little bit of a glimpse into the other side, and in particular to answer some of those harder questions around what happens when you die and the first sort of life review process that a soul will undertake. So when we leave this physical world, our soul begins a journey back to the spirit realm. And one of the most fascinating stages of that journey is what we call life review. And so during that time, a soul will reflect on the life that it's just lived, its actions, choices, relationships, and emotions that it had, and the emotions that it's caused in others as well. So you may have heard some people that have survived sort of near-death experiences might reflect or report that they saw their whole life flash before their eyes, and that is that's what this life review process is that they're going through. It's not about judgment, so it is about understanding and growth. The soul takes time to process and to heal and transition fully into that spirit realm. Now, it can be really tempting to book a mediumship reading immediately following someone's passing, particularly if you didn't get a chance to say goodbye to someone, or you've entered like a really deep state of grief or loneliness, or you need them for something, or you need to ask a question, or where is the will or something. But I would really discourage you from doing that. And in fact, I don't generally take clients within the first 6 months of someone's passing. And there's some good reasons for that. So the reasons, and they're all good, valid reasons, it's usually the connection with loved ones, and especially when they've just newly transitioned, it is very faint, especially when they're going through that life review process and transitioning, because they are still adjusting to that new state, and they mightn't have that strength to be able to, or the knowledge on how to communicate clearly. So think of it as some sort of like a settling in period for the soul. And for mediums, this faint connection can make it incredibly difficult to receive clear messages. I find in my own readings that I do, where I have brought someone through who's only newly transitioned, they will often come through with a buddy. So we might have dad, and dad has brought through a sibling or something like this. So they often come through together, and messages can be mixed when spirits come through together, because you might get some evidence that relates to one and then evidence that relates to another. So it can be very confusing for you as a reader, but also the person that you're reading for. It can be difficult there too. So a second reason is also it's important to acknowledge your role in a reading as well as someone receiving a reading, and the role of your own energy during a reading. So when you're in a deep state of grief, your vibration will naturally lower. It's just part of the human experience. But unfortunately, spirit communication really needs both parties, so the medium and the person that the medium's reading, to carry a really high vibration. And it works best when both parties have that higher, lighter vibration, because there's just a better alignment. So a heavy heart, it can unintentionally block or distort the connection, and it does make it harder to bring through clearer messages. So it is important to give yourself that time to process grief, because it does allow for a stronger and more uplifting reading when the moment's right. And probably the third reason I'll mention too, if you come to a reading really, really wanting one particular person to come through, you can sometimes inadvertently block and make it difficult for the medium that you're working with to bring through the souls and the messages that you actually need at that precise moment. So it is better if you can sort of enter those readings in a state of openness and just be willing to accept anything that comes through. So that's a little bit about the life review process and connecting with newly departed loved ones. I might just take to see if we've got any callers, and I've got Chelsea in Nashville, Tennessee. How are you?
Hi, I'm wonderful. Thank you. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. And are you looking for a bit of guidance today? Do you have a question, or can I assist you in an area of your life?
I don't really have a particular question per se. I would just like to be open for any message that may come through, please.
Oh, brilliant. That is the best way to be.
Thank you.
Let me see. I'm actually going to use my tarot cards today to see what you need to hear at this time. Okay. And so just in the position of past, they're just making me aware of, it's almost like coming from a place where, a darker place, and a place that's been quite difficult. So a few challenges to bring you to where you are today. Does that resonate for you?
It does.
Okay. And what they want you to be aware of in terms of how you can sort of move this energy now. Okay. Queen of Swords. So just being really strong and knowing that you will get past this. Spirit is actually telling me that you know that this is just like a temporary, this is almost like a temporary energy, and it's not something that's going to be, it's not going to stick around for a long time, but it's really just trying to get to the end of this. I am being made aware as well that you have some like planetary sensitivities as well. So it's almost as though, and I don't know if you noticed this, but they are bringing up the moon for you, almost as though, you know, full moons and moon movements, planetary movements do affect your energy. So I don't know if you felt as though your energy has changed significantly, particularly in the last couple of weeks, but sort of feeling good mood, off mood, good mood, off mood. But yeah, they are making me aware of that.
That makes a lot of sense. Definitely with the new moon that just passed, I really noticed a big difference. So, and that was about a couple of weeks ago. That makes sense.
Okay, and let me just see how you can sort of, I guess, get out of this funk, or just ensure that it's not, that you can get out of this energy sooner rather than later. Okay, and they are bringing up the Five of Wands, which for me is almost like a conflict card. So I don't know if you're sort of avoiding having conversations with people. Okay, they are making me aware of my throat as well. So I do feel as though there is something you need to be verbal about with someone. Does that make sense to you?
I think so.
Okay, and this is not, you know, the Five of Wands isn't telling you to, you know, go out with your sword and start a fight. But what it is suggesting is that you do need to stand your ground and be really strong and be really assertive in this space too. So it's not, this is not something to shy away from. But once you have sort of expressed yourself and your position, you are going to find that that there is changes in this space for you. And so things are going to sort of level out. And okay, and I do feel it happens in February, so it is quite soon. It's not something that's going to be sitting with you in the months to come. So there's nothing to be concerned about in that space, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Do you have any questions specifically around that situation? Otherwise, I'll draw another general card for you.
No, thank you.
Okay. And I'll just see what else Spirit needs you to hear at this time. Okay, it's bringing in the Knight of Cups as well. So the Knight of Cups to me is usually a bit of a romance card, sort of that knight in shining armor persona. And it is about, but it is also about balancing emotions as well, and sort of just being sure to sort of keep emotions in check. And try to, you know, talk about your emotions more so than getting to a point where you need to yell about your emotions, if that makes sense. So ensuring that you're sort of looking after yourself in that space and really using your voice. Again, they've just said use your voice. So I don't know if you're really struggling to communicate things at the moment, but they are saying, to use your voice and to vocalize about the things that are going on for you, and especially when it comes to your emotions. So if you are feeling off, it is okay to tell people that you're not having a great day and to express that with people, particularly in your close circle, who can help you through that. Okay? All right. And so thank you so much for the privilege of allowing me to read for you today. I hope I've answered all your questions there. And thank you to all the listeners for all of your energy today. I really hope that you enjoyed that piece around the life review process and how mediums work in this space. It truly is fascinating to be working as a medium and to be sort of seeing the different connections come through, particularly with people who have newly passed as well. So thank you so much. If you would like to connect with me in the future, I'm Nay Mary, Intuitive Readings. You can find me on Facebook and at intuitivereadings.com.au. Thank you so much.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Insights with Solaris with Jennifer. Live from Solaris.one. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Insights with Solaris on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. Good evening and good morning, whenever and wherever you are watching this. Welcome to another episode of Insights with Solaris, where I am your host, Jennifer, a tarot reader for over 10 years. And I do a lot of things from Reiki to sound therapy to oracle readings and connecting with angels. So I do a little bit of it all. But at the end of the day, I usually say I'm simply a channel of spirit. And if you're joining me again, or if you're new, I typically start out with a collective message for the rest of the week. And this is typically the energies that are, that are going to be coming up throughout the next 7 days, just to know how to navigate things a bit better. And so let's see what we have coming forward. Okay. So it does seem like there's going to be needing a bit of a patience this week. You're working steadily. You're making sure that things are being balanced, especially your financing. This is not a good week to go in and start buying a bunch of large purchases or do that impulse buying. It's not a good week to do that, even though if you may want to. It's time to really look at your finances, because there's going to be some unexpected things coming up, possibly next month for a lot of you. And there does seem to be very good indications if you're trying to get a contract moving forward. So whether or not that is needing to get some contract work done in your home or in your business, starting just a new partnership as well, it seems to be like it's going to be a very good week to move forward on that. So just remember, be patient, because there's going to be a slow energy coming forward. You got to stay balanced. And even if you do want to go off and be impulsive, try not to do that, bring that in, but do allow yourself to explore a little bit more. That's important. Explore, but don't be impulsive about it. All right, so that's just the messages throughout the next 7 days, and I hope that is a good one for you. And we are going to be moving on to our caller of the day, and we have Connie from Canada. Hello, Connie. How are you?
Oh, hi. I'm good.
Have you ever had a tarot reading before?
I've had readings before, but not on A1 radio.
Well, welcome to the show. I'm excited to have you here. So you kind of know what tarot readings are all about. So do you have any questions for me today?
I'm buying a car. I just want to know if you see me buying the car that I'm going to like. I'm kind of having a hard time with it.
Yeah, I can see that.
Struggling with it. Yeah, what to buy.
All right. Do you have somebody to help you pick out a car and go with you to the lots and to look for one?
I do and I don't. Like, they come with me, and like I went today with my son, and then last week I went with the man that I'm with. But
okay.
I guess they figure maybe it's really like up to me to decide. I don't know.
Yeah, I see it right now. I do see it clearing up in the future. But at this exact moment, particularly within the next few days, it's not a good time to make that purchase. So as we're going in here, that confusion needs to fade away a little bit, because it also seems like it's a situation where you're disappointed, whether or not that's in a position where you actually have to buy a new car because you were forced into this position, or like, hey, you're just not finding what you want. There's that disappointment there, and that is clouding some of your judgment. And there is also some impulsiveness in the background that's kind of leading to this current state of confusion, but that's okay too. You're allowed to explore. As I was just saying in the weekly reading, you're allowed to explore, but it's not a great time to make financial decisions. I do like underneath, you do have some good energy to move this forward a bit quicker, and to really consider, what I'm hearing is consider like a brand of vehicle that is close to your family. So if your dad or your mother really liked a specific car or a car brand, look into that, because that seems like it could help you push forward a little bit more. So as we move out of this confusion,
I'm not sure what they. Well, my one sister's got a Honda, and my other sister's got a Toyota. So I don't know. I'm just.
Yeah.
That's all.
And just kind of explore what your direct family members are driving, and because I'm feeling as you're going that way, it's going to bring you a little bit better results for the time being, because going into that new territory of something like you don't know the reviews of, you don't know how it's made, it's just going to add to that confusion, and it's going to make you even more upset and disappointed. I do see your partner coming forward a little bit more to help you make this decision. It will be a little bit while. It's definitely not going to be this week, probably 2 to 3 weeks, where he's more willing to like step forward and be like, okay, hey, let's help make this decision. Let's do this together and figure this out. It does seem like you are
because I'm a little bit confused. That seems more like it, yeah, because I was just worried about the tariffs and the price of the vehicles going up. So that's why I was rushing, because I was in a car accident. So I had my car written off. And
so you're
so I
forced
was
into
just
that
taking my
position
time
of
because I
needing
was
the
healing.
new. Yeah. Yeah, I see that anxiety. And so I do want to make this very clear. I know this isn't very life-changing or, oh my gosh, a surprise, but as you're going through the dealerships, be very careful and look for things that are not being told to you. And so if you're not very confident in car buying, or you don't understand all the ins and outs, really pay attention to the details, because they are going to try to get the extra money out of you. They're going to give you all those extended warranties, and they're going to go in and wanting to give you higher insurance and just ridiculous things that you don't need. And you need to be very careful as you're signing paperwork, that even though like you agree, hey, I don't want this, this, or this, and they come give you the paperwork and they just happens to come back in. So be very clear about what's going on there.
Okay, I'll be checking, because that's what I'm worried about, because they like to lie, dealerships.
Oh,
and
yes.
I just I get very overwhelmed, and I'm starting to get a little bit more strict when I go in and say, this is what I want, I don't want this, I don't want this, and I don't want this. Because if you don't, they just, you know what I mean? They
definitely are going to
take advantage. If you get a really good car, like a Honda or Toyota, you shouldn't need any extended warranties at all. They're a ripoff, I think. So, yeah, I'm getting a little bit more like I'm getting a little better than what I was, because I was pretty nervous at the beginning.
Yeah.
Anxiety was up there to get a car.
The anxiety is going to continue a little bit. This is why I want you to lean on an external source a little bit. And also do your research beforehand. Like go and just go on the internet and look dealership tactics, like how they try to say, oh, I have somebody else wanting to buy this car, and just be prepared for that. So it kind of brings out the confusion, so you can recognize, oh, they're trying to get me to buy today. They're trying to get one over on me. So if you prepare more beforehand, the less confusion you're going to have. And as we're going through this, ultimately it seems like you're going to end up getting a good deal and you're going to be happy with what you want. It seems like you are going to be pushed more towards like something on the economy level. So maybe like an EcoBoost motor engine. Look for
Yeah,
those.
that's what I'm looking for. And I've been researching actually quite a bit. And they're trying to get me to buy it. And I'm like, no, I'm taking my time. I'm going to research it. I don't want to just jump in and well, they're like $40,000. They're not cheap.
Definitely
so I'm trying to make sure I really know that I want this vehicle, because I'm the kind of person I will keep it for as long as I can. I'm not, okay, in 3 years I'm going to trade it in,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so
I'm
continue
so
to do that research. Fantastic. You're taking the right approach to get you to this very good ending here. So I love that for you. There's a couple of things. So I am seeing, and take this as a suggestion, as a recommendation. Of course, we are allowed free will and can change anything, but I am seeing something with the EcoBoost motor is going to be a 4-cylinder, potentially blue, most likely a blue or silverish gray. You may be presented with a red car, and somebody may be very pushy about you getting this red car. They may, because that's going to be the car where they say, okay, I have somebody else coming to buy this. It's a really good car, but if I can give you this deal on it, don't listen to that one. I'm not just saying all red cars, but if somebody's trying to push a red car on you and you're like, hey, no, there's something mechanically wrong with it, and just watch it. If it doesn't feel right and it seems like you do have some good gut feelings and you can read people pretty well, know that don't give up. Don't let people push you in.
That's what I've been doing. I've been trying to read people a lot while I'm trying to buy this car. So that's why it's taking me so long, because I'm trying to see if they really know what they're talking about, or if they're just like, I had a guy today. I went to Honda today. He was 75 years old, still working, but he didn't seem to know anything about the cars. And I said, how do you not know anything if you're telling me you've been doing this for 20 years? Like, couldn't tell me anything about, like, how the car runs, if it's a 2-liter, if it's a 2.4 liter, if it's, if it's got, heated steering wheel, heated seats. Like, there's so many things now. Not like with my car was 13 years old. It was basic. So, well, thank you so much for that. So stay away from the red car.
Just a one that they're trying to push on you.
Yeah, they're going to push on me, right? Yeah, they already are pushing on me. So maybe because I was going to go used, but I really am looking brand new, because I'm afraid to go used in case they try to give me something that's bad.
Well, I am seeing potentially a 2020 here, so relatively newer vehicle still with low mileage. So this, if you find like a 2020, and this again with the same characteristics, that 4-cylinder, I am seeing something a bit roomy, but not like an SUV, so like an in between, a mid-size type sedan.
Yeah, I'm looking for a mid-size, but I didn't know if I wanted something that old, 2020.
Yeah, you don't have to. It's just a consideration to take in. Even if you do find a 2020 that you like, it would be low mileage. So I'm saying like it's not going to be anything more than like $30,000. I mean, sorry, like 30,000 miles. So that's not going to be a huge thing. It'll be relatively new. And we are running out of time. So I just want to leave you with one last message. Allow yourself to be confident when you walk in there, and make sure that you don't let them push you through to that red car.
Okay, so don't buy the red car.
Yes. Best of luck, Connie.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right. Have a wonderful week.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for New York City Celebrity Psychic with Perry Lyons. Perry Lyons. Live from PerryLyons.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is New York City Celebrity Psychic on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, darlings. Hello, my cherished ducklings. How is everybody today? Can you hear me? I'm very happy you're here. I'm a little low energy today for reasons we won't go into, but I'm very happy you're here. And there was a Leo full moon yesterday and this morning. So if you found yourself bursting into song, oh, like that, that makes sense. But now the moon is in Virgo. The moon was what's called void of course for the last few hours. And void of course moon is when the moon is between signs. And my ex sort of father-in-law, who was a great writer named Norman Mailer, he and his wife taught me that when the moon is void of course, it's not a time to really do anything. It's a time to kind of kick back and be mellow, because nothing you really do during that time is going to work out anyway. So I spent the day just kind of, getting stuff done as one does, but relaxing and watching old movies. My feeling is any movie with Cary Grant, who is 1930s to 1960s movie star, is proof of God's existence. Anyway, so we're going to do the tarot psychic weather now, which is just like regular weather, except, say it with me, less damaging to crops. So here's how this works. Even if you didn't mean to tune in to A1R Radio or Moonstruck TV, which is what we're on right now, if you didn't, shame on you. Come back on purpose next week at 9 p.m. EST, Wednesdays, and hang out with me. I'm a lot of fun. You'll enjoy it. Anyway, Linda, Nevada City. I have friends who live there, California. So,
wonderful.
Darling, yeah, really cool place. So I'm just going to do the tarot. Yeah, I'm glad you live there because I already like you. So here's what I'm going to ask you to do. I'm going to do the tarot psychic weather. While I'm doing this, I'm going to ask you to do some vagus nerve breathing. It goes like this. You're going to breathe in like that, and then breathe in a little more like that. 2 breaths in, and then you're going to let out your breath like this, which sounds a little embarrassing, but it's sort of like a cross between being a whoopee cushion and blowing out a birthday candle. But what it does, do that until we talk, because what it does is regulate the vagus nerve, VAGUS, which regulates our nervous system, as opposed to the, say it with me, kids, if you watch this every week, vagus nerve, which is where you wake up in a hotel room in Nevada City with a bunch of sex workers, 1,500 empty liquor bottles, and 10 years of your life missing. But enough about my personal life. Okay, so, darling, you do that for a bit, and I'll be done in 3 minutes. And I can't wait to talk to you because I already like you. You got a nice vibe. You really do. Okay. All right. So the tarot psychic weather goes like this. The first card is the beginning of the week, like today. The second card is the weekend. Third card is the end of the week, and then we start all over on Wednesday. But this is kind of like a general how your week is going to go. And when I first started doing this, I was like, right, of course this works. Really? And then I started to notice in my own life that it really worked. I feel like in the middle of a week that was having, for instance, a very abundant moment. And I would have remembered that, oh, we pulled the Ace of Pentacles for this part of the week. Right. That's happening. So suspend your skepticism, breathe deeply, and be with me. As I say, we're starting out with the Four of Cups. Four of Cups is interesting because the Four of Cups is a blessing that doesn't come in your own time. You know, we're never ready for blessings. And we're never ready to do anything. If you wait until you're ready to do something, it'll never happen. Nope. But if a blessing comes to us and we're not ready for it, like maybe we're in a relationship and we meet somebody we fall madly in love with. Notice I didn't say married. I said in a relationship. If you're married and you fall madly in love with somebody, don't ever talk to them again and work in your marriage. But that's just me. So this is a card of almost an inconveniently timed blessing. And so this guy's got 3 gold cups, so he's doing okay. His life is fine. But there's an angel's hand coming out of a cloud offering him another cup. And he's sort of like, can you come back next Thursday? And the angel hand cup is like, you know what? I'm here now. I don't think I can come back next Thursday. I'm going to be at the dentist. So this is saying if you have an unexpected blessing, even if it's not a convenient time, just say yes. 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 Woo. I love doing that. Okay. Second card. I love this card. I don't know if you can see it. Can you see it? It's very, very gold. It's very shiny. And you'll see a man and a woman, and they're exchanging cups at the heart level. And the cup goes from here, which is their throat chakra, which is truth and expressing your who you are. And it encompasses, throat chakra, encompasses the heart chakra, which is real love. And it goes through the solar chakra, which is confidence and success in life. And then it ends at the orange chakra, the navel chakra. What's it called? Sacral chakra. That's right. Which is a strong physical attraction, but it's also discernment. It's about like making good choices in your life. So this man and this woman, they have the Archangel Raphael above them, who's the Archangel of healing. And they have the Asclepius, which is the healing symbol. It's what you see, like the snake going up a staff. It's what you see on prescriptions and doctor stuff. Doctor stuff, listen to me. I'm a doctor's daughter. I should know better than to say doctor stuff. But so you're going to meet somebody this week, or you might re-meet them, who you have this incredibly healing, lovely connection with. I am pretty sure it's romantic. And don't be scared, because the card before this was saying, yeah, blessings come inconveniently, but just say yes. So say yes to this. And what's going to happen when you do that, ready? Woo! I love doing that, is the Fool card. The Fool card is not that you're being a fool, because you're not. You're lovely, and I adore you. I really do. And that color looks great on you. Anyway, so the Fool card is he is taking a huge chance. And the little dog next to him is his intuition saying, you can do it. You can do it. And he's carrying very little from his former life, just who he is and what he loves. And he's stepping off a cliff, but like Wile E. Coyote, he's going to, sorry. I'm sorry, I love Wile E. Coyote. He's going to be supported. You remember how Wile E. Coyote would go off a cliff and then he'd be totally fine until he looked down? So maybe not like Wile E. Coyote, but sorry. So you're starting a whole new journey in your life. And as I said before, just say yes. 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 Woohoo. Hello, darling. Thank you for hanging out. How are you?
Wonderful. Thank you.
Oh, it's so nice to meet you. You just got the best energy. So I like to connect to people through their birthdays. So when is your birthday?
October 8th, 52.
62 or 52?
52.
Oh, you're just a baby.
71.
I have shoes older than you. Your voice sounds like you're 24. And I know that also represents your life force. You're very young. And I bet you look 20 years younger than you are. Not that there's anything wrong with looking. I do. Hi, darling. Yes, I think you have the same birthday as John Lennon, right? Yeah.
Oh, really?
Anyway.
Oh, how cool. Great.
Yeah, very cool. Okay, my love, how can I help you today? Let me help you.
My daughters and grandson are considering moving here. We've been working on it, and we've been having a difficult time. And I just want to see how that's going to go. If we're going to find a place, or if this is a bad choice.
No, it's a very, very, very good choice. I'm sorry about the father of her child because I'm not going to say it. But what I will say is the closer to you, the better. Your grandson and you have this amazing connection. Is he 4 or 5? How old is he?
He's 20.
You know what? Sometimes I'm just wrong. Doesn't happen often, but there you go.
But he's young at heart.
I will say that I think you kind of always see him as being 5 because he was the cutest 5-year-old who's ever lived in the history of the universe.
Well, we were just looking at a picture of him today at 5, just like a couple hours ago.
Maybe that's what I was picking up. So, I like him so much. He's got a really cool name too. Do you mind? I mean, he's got like this very kind of American-y name. What's his name?
Jordan.
Oh, I love that. Beautiful name. Okay. Yeah, very, very good idea. I don't like where she's living. I don't like the people she's hanging out with so much. Sorry, but there you go. When is her birthday? Do you mind me asking?
March 9th.
Oh, another 84. Pisces woman. Yeah, we rock.
Yes.
But she's in the Cancer part of Pisces. Pisces has 3 parts: Pisces, Cancer, Scorpio. She's in the Cancer part. So home is very important to her. Her family is very important to her. I'm sorry about the father of her child because he's just a bonehead. Excuse me for saying that.
No, it's true.
Do you have 2 kids? Do you have a son too?
I'm sorry?
Do you have 2 kids? Do you have a son too?
3. 3 daughters.
3, okay. Oh.
She and her sister are living together with my grandson.
Oh, I'm sorry.
They're all
I don't know what's with me today. Here. I shouldn't have had that glass of, wine before. Sorry. This is water, though, just so you know. Yeah, very good idea. Here's why. I love that she's a Pisces. I feel like her son's a water sign. Her son's a water sign too, but because I'm like a little on and off today, I'm not even going to ask. But the reason I think it's a good idea is that you and she get along really well.
Yes, you do.
Yeah. I mean, you're sort of, I don't know where I stand in the whole past life thing, but occasionally I believe in them, especially when I keep having these dreams about living in the court of like Louis XIV. But anyway, but if there are past lives, you and this daughter in particular have had a lot of past lives together. You've got a very complicated and very beautiful and very deep bond. Your other 2 girls too, you do have that, but for some reason, this is kind of your girl of the heart.
Right.
And he's a really good guy, but he's a little lost right now, right?
Yeah.
It feels so.
Yeah.
I don't know where I'm getting this.
About the move.
Well, I think he will be, because does he like motorcycles or does he like engine stuff, car engine stuff?
He doesn't really talk a lot. He's into games. He's a gamer. We've been trying to get him driving, but he's dragging his feet.
Oh, it's interesting because he's got a very strategic mind, which I would think would be good for like being an engineer. I'm the only person in America who's never played a video game except for like Pong when I was 9. Forgive me. So gaming doesn't kind of enter into my thing. But he does, maybe it's the gaming, he does have a very strategic mind. If he wanted to stop gaming for a couple of hours a day and go to school for some kind of marketable skill, I think it would be good for his confidence. It would also be good for his like money life, which is, as we know, very important. Yeah, he's not going to
start college pretty soon.
He's going to start. Okay, good. I think he just doesn't like change. He just doesn't. But when the change happens, as long as everybody takes care of the aspects of change for him, he does like it. So he'll be fine. Am I right? Yeah.
Yes, you're right.
But even when he was a kid, he didn't like change. He was like, I don't want to go to kindergarten. I want to stay here and be a toddler. Like, no, honey, that's not how it works. So he'll be fine once he gets here. I think it's a great idea. I could not be more in favor of it. Also, in March, things for Pisces are going to get a lot better. So,
good.
Yeah, I like her. She's fun. I like all your kids. And they're really good. I mean, I hate to sound shallow, but your kids are really good looking. Two beautiful girls.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
They are, right?
They are beautiful.
Yeah. The apple does not fall far from the tree. I absolutely could not be more in favor of this. And if she says, like, I don't want to, just tell her that a world famous psychic, just lie, said it was a good idea. She's going to get a really good job when she's there.
Oh, good.
And she's also going to meet somebody who is going to, I mean, I hate to say this but I don't hate to say it. She's going to meet somebody who's going to kind of take care of her, if that makes sense. But she kind of needs taking care of. She kind of does, right?
She does. Yeah, she's always been a caregiver.
Yeah. And she's had very bad taste in men up till now, but I think that I think that's going to change. I think her taste for mildly emotionally abusive narcissists is gone. And I think she's going to meet somebody maybe at church or synagogue or wherever you go. But she's going to meet somebody within 3 months, actually. Yeah, no, she's going to be just fine. She's just one of those people who does better with a guy in her life. She likes to be taken care of. And, she's so lovely and funny and charming. One of your girls is very kind of scientific and objective, and one of them is just a dreamer. Is that right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I love your girls. You're so awesome. I just adore you. It's going to be more than okay. It really is. I promise. Cross my heart. In my Vuitton pajamas. Are we good? Does that help?
Yes. You have another second to tell me if their father?
Yeah. Oh, it's for you.
He recently passed, actually on her birthday last year, and it was quite devastating for her. But we were estranged from him. The whole family was estranged from him. He was the narcissist that she looks for.
I'm so sorry. It's so weird. That's the day my dad passed in 2011. So weird. I'm so sorry. Wow, he's a complicated dude. Woo!
Yeah.
So he's here. Did he have light hair? Maybe when he was young? I'm seeing somebody. What? Wait, go ahead.
I met him in California. He was from Kansas.
Yeah, he was. He was from an effed up family too. Woo! Damn. Very charming and very good looking. Very cute. Very something. He was charismatic is the word I'm looking for. So he's not that tall. He's 5'9" or 5'10".
He's not,
really?
5'11".
5'11". Yeah. Okay, so he's not 6 feet. I'm from a tall family, so if like you're under 6 feet, you're short. He's got kind of dimples. He kind of barrel chested. Like
yeah,
a little barrel chested. Dimples. He's got a great smile and he's got beautiful eyes. And he's really sorry. He says this is one of his first lives. Or here we go, past lives again. He just didn't know what he was doing. He never planned for the future. He just lived for whatever felt best that day. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Yeah,
yes,
that's who he is. He is really sorry. He's really sorry. And he wishes he was there for his he wishes he was there for but what I do know is that you can talk to him as though he was here, and he wants to be given sort of jobs or tasks. They're like that. They can't help us unless it's life or death, but they can help us if we ask for help. Don't ask me how it works or what the rules are. That's just what I get. But you can ask him for a little help. Ask him like, get the grandson a really good job or a really good college. Help me out here. Because he feels really bad about how he's just weak. He was weak. Yeah.
Yeah, I've got him on helping find a house for the girls.
Yeah.
I've been telling him he needs to help out.
Let me ask my producer something. Hey, Dave, should I stay with this lovely person or should I take the next call? We have 5 minutes. Okay. I'm sorry, call in next week. I'm going to stay with Linda. But if you call in next week, we'll give you extra special, what's the word I'm looking for? Treatment. Yeah, that's a word. I don't know why I couldn't remember that word, treatment. So I'm sorry, but Linda, I'm going to stay with you if that's all right. I'm not going to take the next caller. But next caller, I love you and I appreciate you being here. And call in next week. We'll give you extra special treatment. Okay, Linda, back to you.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate that.
Oh, my pleasure. As I said at the beginning, I don't know why, I just really like you. But I love Libra women. You guys are the best. My friend Ellen, I've got so many Libra women friends. Okay. My friend Ellen Kushner, who wrote a great book called Riverside, if you like sort of fantasy. She's genius. Anyway, so what was I going to say? Oh, I know what I was going to say. Well, he's not going anywhere. He's right here. So hold on. He says he was weak. He says he thought of himself as strong. So he kind of deluded himself about who he was. Because he thought he was strong, he didn't act strong because he just assumed he was. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
Was he kind of controlling without?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Very.
But controlling without, without giving you an option. So it's like, you have to do this, but not thinking about like, or you could do this because that's better for you. He's really sorry. He's going to do better next time, but I don't think he's going to be reborn for a while. But he is there for you. And he does love the kids. I'm just so sorry. When was his birthday?
August 29.
Oh, yeah. That's the year of the Phoenix. That's the day of the Phoenix. I'm sorry, day of the Sphinx. My bad. August 29th, people tend to be very, very sure they're right, even when they're not. So, but he is really apologetic. So help the girls. So what shall I tell him that you want? Help the girls to get great places to live?
Help the girls in every way you can help them, especially Faith.
I'm not worried about I can't tell if it's the middle child or the youngest. The one who's the more sort of objective and scientific seeming, she's fine. I'm not worried about her. Yeah. The other one needs to express her creativity in a job, but she's also so lovely that she could probably just marry Rich. I'm sorry, but I know that's kind of politically incorrect, but she's already married, isn't she?
No,
she isn't.
The middle one is married.
Okay. I'm sorry, I'm getting the two mixed up.
Yeah. The baby's never had a boyfriend. She's in her 30s. She
lives in a world of her own. She lives in a world of dreams. So if you can possibly get some maybe disability for her, or get a way that she can be supported and still be herself, because she's such a lovely person, but she's kind of not of this earth, if that makes sense. So you can ask him for help, for a way to get help for her, even if you can't see it right now. She is going to be, all your girls are going to be okay. And are you in a relationship? Or sometimes if somebody's been in a relationship for a long time, or they're not in a relationship, it kind of registers the same with me. It's kind of like, but so which is it?
We were married. We were married for 40 years, but I've been separated for 15. And I've had a couple of fleeting boyfriends in the meantime, but nothing right now.
You have somebody coming in November who will see you as the just gorgeous and amazing creature you are. Beautiful, funny, kind, terrific character, loyal, hardworking, everything. Like, I feel like I'm reciting the Boy Scout creed, but everything the Boy Scouts approve of. Remind me to tell you sometime about how I swam the Hudson River and got out naked in front of a Boy Scout camp, but that's a different story. Oh my God. They're probably still out there, probably in their 30s. I should marry them. Anyway, you're going to meet somebody in November. I'm absolutely sure about that, who is kind of the lid to your pot. I mean, not that you're a pot, you know what I'm saying, but who is as trustworthy, as kind, and as basically good as you are. All right, my love, there's my signal. I got to go, but thank you so much for calling in, and let me know how you're doing. I'm Perry Lyons, PeriLyons on Facebook. Just let me know how you're doing, okay? Huge hug, and that color looks great on you.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Mystic Nick with Mystic Nick. Live from lightheartedmassage.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Mystic Nick on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Good evening and good afternoon to my followers here in Australia, Tasmania, and to those that are across the other side of the world. So welcome to my show. This is Mystic Nick. So I'm here from Tasmania, Australia. You can find me. I have a page called lightheartedmassage.com.au. That's my website. I also have a page on Facebook, and you can find me as Mystic Nick on TikTok and on Instagram. So if you feel the call, you want to connect with me, and so I can help you with the reading, please reach out to me and send me a message through the page, and we can connect. So thanks for being here. How is everyone feeling? It's quite warm here in Tasmania. We're in our summertime. I guess the other hemisphere, it would be a cooler time of year. So today I feel drawn to doing, let's just check in and see if, okay, so I'm being shown, interesting. So this might be coming up for the next person. So I'll wait and see with the caller, but I'm actually seeing a wedding or a lady in a wedding dress. So I just wanted to check in, but I feel a beautiful angelic presence around today as well too. So we'll wait and see what happens with that. It's always interesting doing these readings. You just don't know, and that's the beauty of just being in the moment, being very present and just allowing the information that Spirit wants to show and guide us to come in. And there's very much a surrender with this work, and trusting in the process and trusting in what we're shown and the information that we're given. Fingers crossed that it connects, and it usually does. So we have Elizabeth in California, USA. So I might actually just jump straight in. I was going to do a collective reading, but I feel like we might go straight into this reading with Elizabeth because I'm already making a connection. So hi, Elizabeth. How are you?
I'm okay. Thanks for doing the reading for me.
You're very welcome. Thanks for calling in. We need people to work with as well. So I thought sometimes
I'm sensing that you're from England, right? Or
I'm actually from Australia, so there's a little. Yeah. Do you know where Tasmania is?
No.
Okay, so you're in California.
Yeah.
And been affected. There were some fires there previously.
Yeah.
Is everything okay?
Yeah, everything's fine. I work for UCLA, and it was pretty bad in the Palisades, but everything's out now because of the rain, which is good.
Yeah. So you've got there's rain now, so that's See, it's extreme, the weather, isn't it? It's one thing to another. All right, so I've decided to jump straight in with reading because when I tuned in, what I was given was a vision of a lady in a wedding dress. So can you connect to that? Have you been married, or are you going through a divorce, or is there a marriage coming up?
No, I May will be 7 years.
Pardon?
My husband and I will be celebrating 7 years of marriage in May.
You are celebrating marriage?
Correct. I am married.
Is that anniversary coming up soon?
Yes. In May, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So potentially this could be someone that's coming in for you from spirit that's showing me the fact that you're having an anniversary that's coming up. It's a few months away, but yeah, I suggest that there's. So do you have is there a man, possibly a father or a man that would have passed that you know of?
My dad passed a little over 21 years ago, but my sister just passed recently.
Okay.
On January 22nd.
All right. Well, I'm sorry for your loss. It's really hard, to lose both of your family members like that. But I feel like the person that I want to work with first is your father. He's coming in, and as I say, he's coming in. Was he at your wedding?
I was married for many years ago, like almost 30 years ago, in '94. But I was too young. I was 22. But yes, he was there. On the second marriage, he wasn't, because he died in 2003.
Right. Okay. So maybe that's the reason why he's showing me, because he's showing himself dressed up in a suit. Unless he was a man that dressed up for work, or was a man to dress up, or he wants to symbolize an occasion by dressing up in the suit. So
he loved dressing up. He loved dressing up.
He loved. Yeah, beautiful. Yeah. That is showing. He's showing himself in his full glory, But I do feel like it's the acknowledgement, particularly if he has passed, that he wanted to dress up for your wedding and be around in spirit for that as well too, which is a beautiful thing. So, on those special occasions, it's nice to know that loved ones are there. Maybe not in the
he's English.
Hey?
He's from England. My mom's still here, but my dad. My dad and my mom grew up in England, and they immigrated here.
Yeah. Did you have? So the vision I keep being shown is another man that's dressed quite well as well in a suit, and I see this beautiful train around the dress, and then I see like a backdrop of a garden. So is that symbolic for a reason?
Well, there was pictures taken, up the first, my first marriage. It was nullified because I became Catholic, but at any rate, there was pictures, and my husband at the time, we did take pictures in a garden at a really nice park.
Yeah. Okay, and that's what they're showing me as well. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Yeah. So you must be. Are you happily married? Because they're giving a lot of focus to you and your wedding and being married.
Well, I'm remarried now. I that was when the one that my father was at. That was with Wayne, and he's married now. And but that that divorce, that it was like a nullity of it was like a dissolution of marriage, because we weren't married very long. We were very young.
Yeah.
And then it took about 24 years or 25 years for me to get married again. But I married someone I knew, especially someone I know from high school, and he graduated in '90, and I graduated in '89. But him and I are great. We've been together 10 years, and he works for Kaiser, and I work for UCLA, and he's just amazing.
Yeah.
He's great.
And it is amazing. And that's why they want to bring this to your attention, because the card I just thought I'd just pull out a card and see what comes up, because what this is, we're going delving back into the past. Obviously, your father wants to bring that to your attention and all of that as well. But it's a beautiful, happy occasion around that. The card I've got is about a positive movement forward. So this was, obviously in your destiny, you talked about, an old school friend, and you married. So, this was obviously meant to be, case for you, soul connection, a beautiful connection for you in your marriage. Again, and now they're bringing up the card that they're bringing up now is memories of love. So this is about all the memories that you share of love, and all of the happy times and all of those beautiful things. So there must be a beautiful connection. I feel like your father's a very kind, gentler kind of man. Would you say that would be true?
Yes. He was my best friend.
Very loving, again, this is why
he was very encouraging, and
so supportive And that, again, that's why he's here to show his support. He's showing the support for you as you've moved on in life, and the marriage and the happiness that this has brought to you in your life, because there is a sadness, there is a real, loss that you've experienced with his passing and him not being here for you in the physical as well. But, I guess that's why he's wanting to. Okay, so now he is actually bringing in there's a woman with, I feel like she's younger, or I'm seeing her a bit younger, and she's got darker hair, darker straight hair. Do you understand who that may be?
No, my sister was older than me.
She was older? Okay.
Yeah, 12 years older.
Right. So
my dad died very suddenly. It was like a massive heart attack. There was no warning, but my sister, who passed on the 22nd last month,
okay.
So
I'm just wondering then,
different kind of grief,
Yeah, okay. I'm just wondering then if he's showing me a picture of you like in your younger years where you had a connection. Did you have longer straight hair and darker hair when you were younger?
No, I'm like, I have like, I'm blonde now, but it's like kind of like a dirty blonde hair. But at one time it is straight though.
Yeah. Well, that's what I feel.
My mom's still with us, but she used to have very dark. She had dark hair and very straight.
Right. Okay, maybe he's showing me her then. Maybe he's because remember, we're in this theme of memories of love, so he's taking me back. So if it's the mother that we connect, because you've got to understand, I don't know these people, and that's why we've got to work out, who it is and how they fit as well. Was she shorter? Because I'm seeing her shorter. Like it feels like he was a little bit higher than her because he's showing her, and that's why I thought maybe this person was younger.
She's only 5 foot. And so she's still lives in Texas. She's still with us.
The relationship to them in height, and and again, he wants to. So were they still married when he passed?
Yes.
Yeah, because he wants to acknowledge the wedding ring because he's showing me the wedding ring. So it feels like that they'll always be connected on some level. I'm not sure that she's moved on, and I really feel that their love is very, very strong, and his love for her is very, very strong. Even though he's passed, it's like he still feels like he's married to her as well.
He died on the 45th wedding anniversary, and I had 45 days over, and I'm still
we're running out of time. We've only got a really short. So this is again why he's bringing it all up, because it's all about the marriage. It's all about the love. It's all about the anniversary, all of those things. So that's a beautiful message, and I'm getting a lot of tingles as I speak this. So usually when I get those, it's really good confirmation or understanding. So I really hope this has helped you in some way, just to know that he is around and that beautiful love. The other card I'm getting for you is financial and material changes. So there must be some changes coming up for you. So just be aware that there might be some decisions or things that you have to make, or some things that you're weighing up when it comes to finance or home or jobs or that sort of thing.
Yeah. Right now I'm on leave from work, but I'll be going back to work. But I was just wondering if he's with my sister, Chris. That's all.
Yeah. Well, I would suggest that he is. As I say, again, we've only got a very short time for this, and this is where, if you did want to, contact me, we could possibly do another read and, connect into them more. We've got to understand this is a very short time frame, and the purpose here is to help people to connect and to take that further if you choose to as well. So, and it would be a beautiful opportunity to do that.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Love Life with Katana Star. Katana Star. Live from katanastar.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Love Life on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hey everyone, how you going? I'm Katie and this is Love Life. And look, we're coming up to Valentine's Day next week. Pretty exciting stuff. And you know what? It's also going to be a full moon. You know, like in Australia, it's going to be on the 13th. But in the US, I believe it will be the 14th because I think they're a day behind with the moon cycles. But anyway, how exciting. You know, people manifesting love and wanting love. Some aren't. Some are wanting anything but. But quickly on that note, I wanted to share something with you. You know, I've had a few clients in the past ask me about love spells. Now, don't freak out. I'm not talking wicked queen Snow White mirror work here. I am talking, though, things like setting intention with pure intention and love spells that are about that do no harm, that do not mess with free will, work, not only work, but they're amazing. And, you know, you can find resources on an array of sources from TikTok to YouTube to Wikipedia, whatever. Find something that resonates for you, but find something also that, like I say, I go by the rule of do no harm, okay, and don't mess with free will, not only because it's inauthentic, also because do you really want someone loving you that you know that they don't really love you? They're just under this kind of obsessive energy from a spell that you've put out there to attract them. You don't want that, you know. And if you do, well, each their own, but ultimately it won't make you happy. So that's why I say, you know, put it out there, get a piece of paper on a new moon preferably, but now's the perfect time because we're coming into the waxing givers phase leading up to the full moon. That's when you want to do this manifesting. This is where you want to, you know, get yourself a bit of paper, write down all the things that you want in a partner, okay? Something that you see yourself being happy in a relationship with. And, you know, write. It only has to be a couple of dot points. And you know what? You get yourself some rose quartz or jade, you know. I mean, our Wiccan and pagan ancestors didn't have access to all of these crystals and things like that like we do today, but they do help with intention. Hi, Becca, I'll be right with you, darling. I'm just doing this quick blurb about manifestation with love magic, and then I'll be right with you. Light a red candle, that helps with intention. Write down a very simple spell. Doesn't have to rhyme. Doesn't even have to make sense, but if it makes sense to you of what you want to put out there, you light that candle and then you say the words. Oh, before you do that, you need to do a little bit of cleansing work first, but that's another section I can talk about another time. You know, you can cast a circle, you can cleanse your energy, visualize white light around you, all that sort of stuff, and then put it out there to the universe. Say it, think it, sing it, whatever, and then you can burn it with the red candle, or you can cast it into a fire, you can bury it, you can do whatever. Just put it out there to the universe and believe that this is what you are manifesting. And the universe will then bring to you what you're asking for, because someone out there is wanting you. Someone out there wants exactly what you have to offer. And they're manifesting you too. So what that spell will do is bring you together in a healthy way. Now, how are you, Becca? You still with me?
I'm doing good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm great, thanks. I was doing a little blurb about Valentine's Day and those that want to manifest love. That's how you can do it. But like I said, there's an array of things that you can find online, and find something that resonates with you with good intention and that does no harm or affects free will. Now, what can I do for you this evening, Becca?
I'm just in need of a reading. I'm kind of just have some decisions to make, and I'm just not sure which way to go for sure. Kind of in love, and then just general.
Okay, so would you just like a general guidance reading from the cards on what you need to know, or would you, if you think of a specific question, feel free to jump in at any point, because I do tend to start rambling once I get into these readings. Does that sound
okay?
right?
Yeah,
now,
that sounds right.
did you say that was going to have an emphasis on love and relationships? Because I can certainly put intention into that. Or do you just want general guidance?
Yeah, in a relationship.
Yeah. And you know what? I'm reading with the Lover's Path Tarot deck today, which is by Chris Wilder, a very popular author of the Goddess deck as well, which is a beautiful deck. And this one is a really lovely deck. It's it captures the traditional romance stories of, you know, Romeo and Juliet and Tristan and Isolde and all that sort of stuff. But I won't waffle on about too much about this deck, but it is lovely. All right, so Becca, I'm asking the cards right now for what you need to know in regards to love and relationships. Okay, does that sound okay?
Yep, that sounds good.
Okay. So we have got fertility. We have also got the Princess of Staves. Okay, now that she is the page of wands in the traditional deck. We've also got the Prince of Staves. Okay, and that is the Knight of Staves and the Ace of Staves. You've got lots of staves here. You've got lots of fiery energy here. You've got lots of passion here. You've got a potential pregnancy here as well, okay? Now, you don't have to confirm or deny that. You don't have to say if you are or not, or if that's something that you're thinking about. But with the fertility card here, if that is something that you want, if you want to have a baby, okay, now would be a good time, okay? Because with the Ace of Wands here, there's definitely a lot of sexual energy there, okay? And that means that if you want it, basically, you can get it. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yep.
Or if you don't want it, given that the fertility card is here, if you don't want it, take all precautions to make sure that you don't fall pregnant, okay? Now, it doesn't have to be you. This can be someone close to you, by the way, but the Empress is the traditional card in this deck. But in this deck, she really does mean pregnancy. And even the card shows, you know, the female's pregnant, the partner's behind her. She's got a hand on her belly, you know. So there's some cards there to say that if you want to fall pregnant, you can, okay? You've got the Princess of Staves and the Prince of Staves here. And this to me shows fast communication between you and a partner, all right? So that could be online, or it could actually just be very literally taking swift action and coming in. There's lots of communication here. There's lots of talk happening here. Now, be mindful of the Prince of Staves because they can be a little bit, I don't know, they're passionate, they're fun, they're exciting, they can lure you out of your comfort zone a little bit, but they're not the kind of person that's easy to commit, okay? So that's not to say they're a bad person. It's not to say that, you know, that they're going to be a bad partner. That's not it at all. It just means that they can be reluctant to commit. Okay, they'll do all the other stuff. They'll have all the fun with you. Okay, they'll you know what I'm saying?
Right. Right.
No worries about that. If you want it, you can have it.
Right.
But as far as long-term commitment goes, they are reluctant. And the reason why, you know, is because they just love having so much fun and they don't want to be tied down too long. But that's not to say they can't, that they won't. That's just where they're currently at. Now, you've got the Four of Arrows here, okay? This means healing. So this can indicate that you've had a recent falling out with this person or that you've recently been hurt and you're in the healing stage at the moment. You're kind of lapping up your wounds and thinking, well, where to from here? And what the cards are very much, you know, advising you to do. Here's the Innocence card. Here's the new beginning. Okay, again, I'm getting pregnancy, all right? So if you want, like I said before, I won't repeat myself, but if you want it, go for it. If you don't want it, take precautions not to, because the Innocence represents new beginnings in this deck. And the Four of Staves, this could be marriage. You have got a lot of staves here. You know what? This person that you're currently interested in, okay, with the energy of the Knight of Wands and the Temptation card coming out, okay, that confirms that it's going to be difficult for them to commit. But the Four of Staves does indicate potential of solid commitment, potential marriage, okay? In this deck, yes, it means building, it means one of you is wanting a more solid foundation to pursue this relationship, okay? Potential marriage. And with the Temptation card and the Knight of Wands there, be careful. This is possibly a person, like I said, who might even be cheating, okay? The reason I'm saying that, now please don't take this literally. Please don't go and make accusations. They might end up cheating because the Three of Cups has come out next to the Temptation card, okay? And that can mean a third person. Now, that doesn't mean they don't love you. That doesn't, like I said, this Knight of Wands energy, the Prince of Staves energy, is someone who doesn't want to commit real quick, okay? They want to play the field. They want to have multiple partners, okay? So this is your danger. This could be where you potentially have a lesson to learn here, in that this relationship that you've got, yes, there's the passion, yes, there's all that sort of stuff, but is this person marriage material? Not yet, okay? But you can fall pregnant to this person, all right? So 8 of Arrows, yeah, just be careful, okay?
Yeah.
Just get clear with you.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Get clear with your intention of what you want, Becca. What do you want in a partner? Okay. Do you just want the passion? Do you just want the fun? If so, that's great, because guess what? You've got it. If you want solid, firm foundation, commitment, potential marriage, then this partner is not currently going to give that to you. Not yet. Not to say that they can't down the track, but not yet. And the reason why, because the 8 of Swords is there, and that's showing that this situation is very much stagnant, okay? And it is about perception too. It's how they're seeing the situation, and you as well. But there is a way out of this, and that comes back to your intention in what you're wanting. Becca, do yourself a love spell, honey. Give yourself a bath in rose petals, burn some rose incense, some lavender, really set your intention with some rose quartz as well. That, of self-love as well as attracting the love that you want, okay? And the universe will deliver, because there's someone out there wanting exactly what you can give to them. Now, I must get going. I hope that was helpful for you, Becca. Thank you for me doing a reading with you. I've just got a little cough in my throat, excuse me. Excuse me, I've had a cough. But thanks, everyone, for watching. Have a wonderful Valentine's Day. And, if you're single, be happy being single. Get that chocolate out. Watch some cool movies or something, whatever. Or, surround yourself with love, with family and friends. All right. Have a great weekend, everybody. Take care. Bless be. I'll be back same time next week. Thank you.
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for Welcome Your Woo with psychic Sarah Jane. Sarah Jane. Live from SarahJanePatton.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Welcome Your Woo on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Well, good evening, everyone. Psychic Sarah Jane here for another episode of Welcome Your Woo. Listen, I'm super excited to dive in tonight to something that is just my passion, my purpose, my heart, my soul. It's literally everything. So tonight I'm just going to be bringing to you what self-care really means to me, why I've made it such a mission and purpose and passion of mine, and how it really is intertwined and connected to our psychic abilities, our spirituality, and how we actually receive messages from spirit, our guides, and the divine. So I'm going to tap into some of my own personal story this evening, because what I like to do is always teach through my experiences. I really do truly feel like I came here and was put on this planet to go through certain things, learn from them, and then go teach others how to overcome them. And one of the things that I've had to learn how to master is my self-care. And so they always say, if you want to master something, go teach it. So here I am. I also have, in the process of that, come to found this desire to have a healthier body. And as someone who has yo-yo dieted and lost 50 plus pounds more than 5 times in my life, when I began applying the self-care, the weight came off in a way that I never imagined. And I'm going to talk about that tonight as well. And the reason that I'm going to really start diving into this month, because here we are, welcome to February. How are we here already? That was so fast. Who agrees with that? We got here in 30 seconds, it feels like. But when we think of February, we often think about this being our love month, right? Because we celebrate, a lot of us do celebrate Valentine's Day, and not everywhere. However, it's kind of a commercialized holiday. And while I don't necessarily love those, I do think it is a time that we can take our focus and our attention and direct it in a way that really feels aligned with our soul. So if we look at the true intention behind love, it starts with ourself. We have been taught for so long to take care of other people, especially as if you're a mother, a nurturer, or caretaker in any type of way of others. We've been conditioned and programmed to take care of the house, take care of the kids, make sure that the laundry's done, all the things, right? And at the end of that, if there's a partner, taking care of our partner, the job, if we're working, whatever it is that's being done. And then afterwards, we get what's left over. As a mother of 6, and at one point I was a single mother of 5 children, I know what that's like. And I lived my life like that for many years. And then there just came a point where I was like, something's not working, something's got to give. And 20 years of studying and being deep into personal development work, I came to realize what was missing. So when you look at the personal development industry on a whole, this is my belief and perspective. Let me just preface it with that. Many of the teachers and teachings that we see, whether it's in a video we're watching, a book that we're reading, a seminar that we're attending, they're teaching lots of tools and resources to help support us to better ourselves, but they're not teaching the spiritual pieces of it. They're taking out this whole part that's connected to this bigger thing. The divine, spirit source, God creator, Nancy, Franklin, I don't care what you call it. That thing that we know is bigger than us, that we come from, the infinite source. And it's really interesting because I just said, what am I doing? I was actually told I had to keep these things separate, that my self-care movement needed to stay on one space. And my teachings of psychic development needed to stay in another. And I'm like, one doesn't go without the other. And I've been trying to figure out how to partner the two, how to marry them. And I did it. And how did I do that? Well, I created a movement and a challenge called the 30 Days of Me, where you take 30 days of nurturing yourself and loving yourself through meditation, through affirmations, through visualizations and intention. And so when you intentionally take care of yourself and you intentionally ground into your energy and you intentionally focus on your self-love, you naturally become grounded into your energy, which allows you to become a channel to receive information. That's how we open and expand, especially through the process of meditation, which I teach in this class. So I'm having this 30-day challenge that I'm creating that I want to put out to the world as a movement, because what I keep talking about is, can you imagine for a moment, can you just imagine for a moment if the entire world started loving all of themselves fully, completely, and taking care of themselves and giving from a place of abundant overflow, like from their abundance, from their overflow? Can you imagine what would that feel like on a mass level? So I'm creating this movement, and I ran this challenge last year in July, and I got to witness people have the most incredible, amazing results. And I decided to run this again. Only I've gone through some more things in my own life that has prepared me and a next level experience. And I'm so excited. But tonight, I really want to dive into one of the biggest results I had from doing this, because I don't just want to invite you and tell you to come do it because you should. I'm going to show you what can happen if you do it. And I'm going to share with you tonight how I was able to shed 60 pounds wild in a year with ease. Okay. And people have been blown away because they're like, well, what does losing weight have anything to do with your psychic abilities? A whole lot. I discovered so much. So I'm going to talk about that right now. I'm going to kind of dive a little deeper into this and share some of my own experience that helped me level up for this challenge that I'm launching here on February 17th that I really want to invite people into. So I have called out 10 steps that I took to help me shed the weight. And before I dive into those 10 steps, the first thing I want to say is that we are powerful beings. And when we speak words, they hold energy, frequency, vibration. Okay. And if we're mindful of how we use certain words and pay attention to them, we can change everything. So I used to say losing weight, and I stopped saying that because to lose means to find it again. If it's lost, I can find it. Then I used to say release the weight, and I shifted out of that real estate background and understanding the definition of lease. I wasn't wanting to bring it back. So I've shifted to shed, because shed is gone. It's not here anymore. So I shed 60 pounds from January of 2024 to January of 2025, following these 10 steps. The first thing I did was somatic movement. In September of 2023, I attended a women's festival in St. Louis. It was just incredible. It was so amazing. One of the most powerful, life-changing experiences I've ever had. And at that event, there was an ecstatic, or also known as elevated dance, and I fell in love. I had been begging for some type of exercise that I would like. And what I came to realize was I didn't need necessarily an exercise program. I needed something that felt fun, or that made me excited, that didn't make me dread it. And then I tried to figure out, why did I dread exercise? And magically my little 7-year-old unicorn oracle, like walking oracle, shows up yesterday to show me why. Some of you, this might blow your mind. She told me that she's in 1st grade. She told me that at school, she has to run laps if they get in trouble. Personal development mom over here, who's always paying attention to our thoughts and how we respond or react to things and the energy around a situation and how we feel about it, immediately goes to, and the subconscious and how it stores it there, and then makes it keep believing it, goes to, oh, they're using exercise as a form of punishment, which creates this resistance to it. Oh my gosh, that's what happened to me. I suddenly was remembering how this was done to me in school as well. So imagine how we've been using laps and running and push-ups and pull-ups and physical, activity as a form of punishment to children over generations of time, because this has been going on for a long time, right? This isn't new. This isn't something new. Did something, got to go run laps, right? Oh, now I'll do push-ups. But it creates this negative energy around it, causing resistance in the subconscious mind. So then when you're being asked to do it, you don't want to. So somatic movement is intuitively listening to your body and how it needs to move and what it needs to do, like just listening. And so I started moving in whatever way felt good for me. And it became just dance parties. I would turn music on and move. Sometimes I would turn on music that made me feel happy, and I would jump around and claim all of my affirmations as I did it. Sometimes if I was in a low and I was feeling sad and I needed to let go of some things that perhaps I was holding on to, I would imagine that I was letting it all go as I was moving. I would squeeze my arms and say, oh, I'm releasing any, or letting go or shedding any limiting belief projected onto me. Anything ever said that wasn't true, that I took on as my own to redefine who I was, that wasn't truth. And so during that movement is just letting go. During the movement, because it becomes almost meditative, you can receive downloads of information, intuitive hits, the intuitive hit to move a different way and listening. So it becomes a practice of listening to your body, which becomes a practice of trusting your intuition. So that's the first thing I did. The second thing I did is I recited affirmations every single day. There was one specifically that I always said, I am healthy and I weigh, and then I inserted my weight. So perhaps you want to do that. About a month before I hit the goal number, I was close. I was like, oh my gosh, I'm almost at the weight. I'm almost there. I was so excited. And then I remember writing the next affirmation, and I wrote a new weight. For the first time in my life, my driver's license weight and my actual weight were the same. Come on, y'all know that you have been lying on your driver's licenses. Like, I know you have, because I know I have. I don't know anyone that hasn't been lying on it. Like, especially us women be like, not telling the truth about how much we weigh. But I shifted, and those affirmations were said every day, every day, every day. I wrote them and I recited them. The next thing I did was I purged my home, my personal spaces, including relationships. There were some friendships, relationships I had to let go of. But when we hang on to all of that, okay, it's energy, and we store it within the body oftentimes, especially females. We like to just store it in our hips and our arms and our backs and our legs and everywhere, right? We just store it everywhere. So we will hold on to our trauma. We will hold on to what's not serving us, or our experiences that were not fun. They just kind of reside in the body until we've actually acknowledged that they're there and we let them go. So during this purging process, what I like to mention is that take a look at your home. Look around. What closets do you have to clean out? What drawers do you need to, we all have a junk drawer, right? Clean the junk drawers out. If you have money to spend, go spend it so that you can welcome in more to come. Like if you're sitting there with gift cards that are like 3-4 years old and you haven't used them, go spend those, because you're blocking more from coming in. Go spend them. But purging when you're purging your home, because your home is often a reflection of what's happening on the inside, not always, but it can be. So take a look. Sometimes you have to clean out your email box because it creates an energy. So whenever you clear that out, you create the space that reflects back in the physical body. You clear that out, your body shrinks because it doesn't need to hang on to all of that because it lets it go as well. Number 4. I'm going to talk about number 4 and number 5 together. So number 4 is I envisioned eating healthy. I envisioned it. Number 5 is I envisioned exercising. Now check this out. Well, I talk about my little Oracle 7-year-old magical unicorn, Camille. She walks up to me in January of 2024 as I'm sitting on the couch with my other psychic friend. And she pulls a book off of my bookshelf, opens it to a certain page, hands the book to me and says, you need to read this, and then takes off running. So she's 6 at the time that she does this. And my other friend that's psychic says, you know, this is about to be some golden nugget she just dropped here. And she dropped a Dr. Joe Dispenza book in my lap, and the page that it was opened up to was him discussing how he had 2 different groups of people that wanted to lose weight, and he took one of them through a diet and exercise program, and he took the other group of people through a process of envisioning that they were exercising every day, like taking time to sit down and just visualize it in their mind that they were doing it, and visualize eating healthy. Guess what? The 2 groups had the same results. So I don't know if you guys have ever followed Dr. Joe Dispenza, but he is all things quantum, and I'm always fascinated and really resonate with a lot of what he says. So I'm like, you know what? Why not just try this? Like, what's the worst could happen? I don't lose any weight, right? Like, it's okay. Let's just check it out and see what occurs. So I began to imagine myself running on a track every day. I imagined myself running up and down stairs. I imagined myself in a gym lifting weights. I imagined myself doing push-ups, pull-ups, all the things. I imagined myself doing it. I imagined myself eating healthy. I would eat a donut and say, oh my gosh, this is the best strawberry I've ever had. I am telling the truth. I literally would do this. And I did this I keep doing this. I'm still doing it. And over time though, what happened, here's what got super interesting. What began to happen was sometimes I would wake up in the morning, and even though I hadn't lifted weights, my arms felt like they had, because my body thinks it did it. Sometimes I would, I lost my thought. I don't know where it went. Bring it back. Sometimes I'll just be flowing and I look over and I lost it. So let me bring that back for a minute. But I would just imagine myself doing these things. I would imagine myself eating the healthy food. I would imagine myself exercising. And what happened is I started to shift my eating habits. I didn't intentionally change them, but over time they changed. So like that donut that I would go to eat didn't sound good. Or if I did eat it, I would take a couple of bites and it wouldn't taste good to me. And I remember my friends, they will tell you, like I have a solid group of supporters, and I would text them like, I don't know what's going on. I'm not able to eat. And I realized after about 6 months, it was like this reset that was happening inside my body, because I had been telling the subconscious mind for several months at this point that I like healthy food. I don't like these other foods, and I'm only eating these things. So it began to just change. And so I couldn't eat certain foods anymore. It just like went away, you guys. It was the most amazing thing. Like drinking sugary sodas and stuff, that just, all of that, it just went away. All right. So let's dive into number 7. All right. So number 7 is hydration with intention. And I'm going to do number 8 at the same time. Number 8 is eating with intention. So hydration with intention, eating with intention. Now, when we think of religious and spiritual practices that have been going on forever, we know that prayer is often done prior to eating, but I have come to discover there's actually something about that. And when we actually send intention and love into the water or the food that we are about to ingest into our body, and we ask it to nourish us, we are connecting with the divine. Because if you think about it, everything is part of the great divine. Everything. It does not matter. Nothing is separate. Everything is energy. So including the water and the food. So speaking love into my water, asking it to nourish or provide me with the hydration that it's meant to, and then speaking love and intention into the food as well. So asking that food to give me the nutrients that my body needs to absorb what it's taking in that is necessary for me. So when you do that, it also shifts the way that your body processes on an energetic level what you are ingesting. I know it sounds wild. I know it sounds so out there. But however, I am a living proof of this. I literally shed 60 pounds over a year. And it's just over a pound, right? Over a pound a month. What is that? Over a pound a week is what that is. Okay. It's just over a pound a week in a year. So it's slow and steady, because I have dropped weight, like lots of weight in short amount of time. And I've done everything, you guys. I have done everything. This became an inside job. This became a spiritual experience for me. And it really became a self-love. Like I realized that we are to love all of us first before we can fully give and love to others. It's true. So the next thing I did, number 9, I did a 76-hour water fast. Now it's supposed to be like 72. I might have been 78. It was supposed to be 72. However, because of what time I started it and when I woke up, it was a 76-hour water fast. I did not tell anyone I was doing it. That's such the SJ way sometimes, because I was afraid if I didn't finish it, I didn't want anyone to, I didn't want to have to tell anyone I messed it up. I wanted to just see if I could do it, because 3 days on just water is a long time. Now, I'm not saying go do this. If you make sure that you go do your own thing to figure out what is healthy for you. But this is just what I did. So I'm only telling this for my own purposes. But I did this water fast, and I believe that it was a reset to my metabolism, and I set the intention for it to be that. And I feel like it was, because that's the intention I set for it. So doing the water fast are really help to, even if you do a 24 or 12-hour water fast, they're super supportive in helping to reset your metabolism. All right, that takes me to number 10. And this may be the most important one, okay? I had support. I made sure through my self-care experience of the 30 days of me, because I was doing them every month, that I had support. Because part of the 30 days of me is we create a community. We create our own tribe. We are responsible for creating our tribe to support us, right? It's no one else's responsibility to find my support. That's mine. And this isn't on here. I don't have this number on here, but one of the things I did was I took radical responsibility for myself, for my life, for my body, for my experiences. When we take radical responsibility, it pulls us out of victim. And then that's when the magic happens, because we can move through and not keep repeating. That's how we get off that hamster wheel a lot of times that we get stuck on. But the support is so important, okay? Most of the time, why we don't finish our goals, why we don't follow through with the intentions that we set, is because we lack support, because we get this super excited, motivated inspiration in the beginning, and then it begins to fade out, and there's no one there to breathe the belief back into us when we forget who we are. And that's one of the things that I'm super focused on by creating these self-care experiences, is to help others learn how to really grow their own community and create their tribe and the support that they need in order to move through the things that they face that are challenging. So I'll go through them really quickly again, just one by one. Somatic movement was number 1. Number 2 was daily affirmations. Number 3 was I purged my home, personal spaces, and even relationships, friendships. I envisioned eating healthy, was number 4. Number 5 was I envisioned exercising. Number 6 was, oh, I forgot this one. I totally skipped over it. I skipped it. Didn't even know it until I went to say it. So number 6, I haven't told you yet, I'm telling you right now, was I envisioned a mental picture of what I desired to look like. So there's a photo of me where I just always like, oh, that's the way, that's what I want to be again. And I would imagine that in my mind every day when I was also doing the other envisioning practices. I would set time aside every day to do this. Number 7 was hydration with intention. Number 8 is eating with intention. Number 9 was a water fast. And then last but not least, number 10 was support. So it was through my own intentions of, doing my self-care and the self-care that I recommend people following. I have a whole workbook. You guys can go on Amazon and check it out. It's called the 30 Days of Me self-care, 30 Days of Me workbook, a self-care accelerator. So you can check that out on Amazon. And my purpose in that workbook is to take you through all the steps of practicing your self-care every single day. Now, some people can't get through all of it in one day. It's taken me years. I've been doing this since 2021. So, and I put it out to the world just last year with a workbook and the movement. And now I have some other things that are launching with it as well. So these are going to be super exciting. Definitely go on Amazon and check out the workbook. And then I'd like to invite you into my Facebook group, because in that space is where I share all of the extra details and all of the fun. So make sure you check out my Facebook group, which is, you could go to Welcome Your Woo with Psychic Sarah Jane is the group, or if you just go to my regular page, Sarah Jane Patton, you can actually get to the pinned post that's available that will take you, excuse me, that will take you to a link with all the information about the challenge that is coming up, as well as a link to the Facebook group. So you can get to all of that from my page. It's pinned, just take a look at it. So I definitely am creating a movement out of this experience. So please, if you feel called, if there's something that I said today that inspired you, if there's something that made you feel like it was a call to like, check it out, just go do that, because those are your intuitive hits dropping in. And that's one of the things that we'll be practicing. So in this challenge, I'm not just going to be teaching the self-care, I'm going to be teaching intuitive development as well, because the two go together. So this will be different than anything else self-care that other teachers are teaching. And I'm super excited and super stoked to bring you guys into this and help create a life that you truly desire to have. You get to be a conscious creator of your life. And I want to teach you how to do that. Okay. And I want to teach you how to connect to your higher self and how to really begin trusting your intuition and listening to what your body is saying to you and what it's guiding you to do. The only time your intuition doesn't work is when you don't trust it. All right, you guys, I am so grateful to have been here this evening to really share with you this 30 Days of Me movement that I am creating. Please go to my Facebook group and check it out. I have specials on sessions as well right now too. So until then, if you're looking for more clarity or spiritual guidance, you can book a personal session with me too. Then check that out on sarahjanepatton.com. I do look forward to serving you guys again soon and continuing this conversation next week. Bye for now.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Welcome. Time for Welcome Your Woo with psychic Sarah Jane. Sarah Jane. Live from SarahJanePatton.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, Facebook.com/Psychic Radio. You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Mystic Medicine with Dr. Nikisha Faye. Live from drnikki.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, Facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, AskOneRadio.com or Moonstruck.tv. This is Mystic Medicine on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody. It is my absolute honor to be here in this community. I am Dr. Nikisha, a mystic mentor and spiritual guide. And so when I was approached about my work and if I would like to share and be a part of this community, I sat with it and the guides, and it was like, yeah, you know, it's such a beautiful opportunity to share, I guess, not only more of the work that I do, but also the information that comes through from the higher realms to help support people to remember that we are not our suffering, that we are made of light. We are divine light beings already. And I felt into how, you know, we might best be able to, you know, facilitate on this platform in this way. And the intention, sorry, I'm a little nervous. This is the first time that I've done it on this platform. So the intention is I sat with the guys this morning and asked what topic might I be able to share a little bit of a wisdom teaching around first, and then, you know, take a caller or two from the community to see how we can, you know, best support you in that way. The way that I work with the guides is maybe a little bit different to what you're used to, depending on, you know, what you're used to. So how the information comes through for me is in related to where there is energetic disharmony within your field of code. So your subconscious, which gets reflected in your energy. And what these disharmonies are a result of is faulty beliefs that we have about things. You know, sometimes they can come from our ancestral lines. Sometimes they can come from personal experiences. Sometimes they can come from other timelines. Sometimes they can come from community as well. You know, particularly if we're getting bombarded with stuff in the media. Anyway, what they do is they create imprints that are not in alignment with the true nature of our being. And that true nature, and I love this so much, is of love and light. And to always allow ourselves to come back to remembering that we are love and light as our core essence, that anything else that isn't that is what I call a distortion, or it's a disharmony that's holding some type of illusion. And, you know, that's not to take away from any experience at all. Like, you know, we feel like we are in a lived experience when things are happening. But what is generally the greater reality is that it's happening for our evolution. And there can be patterns that are there ready for us to release. And then sometimes a pattern will continue to repeat to help us to be able to ultimately overcome that pattern. And so, the work is woven a lot with work with the elements, with different light codes and forms, with, wisdom awarenesses. And, I'd also like to open the field at the beginning of every session. So if you do receive this transmission and you do have a question for the higher realm guides, type it underneath this transmission. And what I'll do is at the beginning of every transmission, I'll go back to questions that have been asked, and we can, ask the guides, things about the greater reality, maybe different constructs, anything at all really that's on your heart. I'm in full trust and faith that who comes to this transmission is who this transmission is for. And, the beautiful caller or two that, we have the opportunity, to share with as well each week in this spot. And so the topic that came up this morning was love and light. And they really encouraged me to share with you that basic premise that we are love and light. And so I'd like for you just to take a moment and breathe into that. And you might even say to yourself, I am love, I am light. And really allowing yourself to feel that, feel the depth of that awareness. Sometimes it's not possible to immediately because there can be layers of experience and all of these things that have us forget that. And so the work that, we facilitate is all about helping to remove those distortions and bringing those patterns to light so that they can be cleared and then reharmonized back to our true state. And I love that so much, our true state. And, which is of that peace and calm. And I know that's really hard to understand sometimes, particularly when there's all sorts of craziness going on around us. But in the greater reality as well is that our outside world is often mirroring either the faulty beliefs that are there or how we're feeling on the inside as well. And I'm sure you can all relate in a way too, when we're feeling like really chaotic and crazy on the inside, what happens on the outside? Everything and anything, right, that could possibly create more chaos gets magnetized because energy magnetizes itself. That's one of the basic fundamental laws of universal energy, is that it magnetizes itself. And so when we can allow ourselves to step back from the immediacy of what's happening and sit within our own inner wisdom and ask what's here for us to support our growth, or, what could benefit us to create change. Often the stuff is happening to create change. And then sitting in that beautiful quiet space and tap into your inner knowing, this beautiful inner knowing that we all have. Nobody is separate from that because we are all divine light. We just often forget that. And, it's mostly the doubt and disbelief that keeps us separate from usually trusting our intuition. So I'm pretty sure if you've come to this transmission and you're in this community, that you are intuitive. That's why you know that there is so much more possible than the black and white basic, 3D or physical world. And, the biggest hurdle, and I experienced it as well for a long time, before I was able to help clear and all the different layers of disbelief, was me just not trusting it. Like, I'm sure you've had that experience. Like, how often do you get this gut feeling about something, and then, all of a sudden your thinking mind tries to take control and talks you out of why that's not logical And how could you possibly know that? And then all of a sudden, ta-da, you know, you're shown that you're actually right. You know, it used to happen to me all the time, and I used to get so annoyed with myself, and, you know, which, you know, really led me, you know, down the path of discovering more, wanting to know more about the greater reality. And so, you know, I've spent decades, you know, through all the old texts and traditions and all of that sort of thing that, you know, has pretty much walked me into the space to be able to, you know, hold that space in a way where I trust and have faith about the information coming through, because it's not about me, it's actually for the benefit of all. Anyway, that's enough of my babbling for the moment. Do let me know if you have any questions for the higher realm guides, and we're more than happy to get on to share that with you at the beginning of the next transmission. But right now, we have a beautiful caller on the line, Jeanette, sorry. It's my accent. Hello, Jeanette.
Hello. Yes.
Hi. Hi. Lovely to have you here live with me on the very first show here in this community.
Oh, hi. Nice to hear your voice.
Yeah, thank you. You too. So was there anything particularly that you'd like to bring forward, or was there something that we can support you with?
Just like in general, I just want to know.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
In general, it just
in
like
general,
want to know what's going on. Yes.
Yeah, no problem at all. So I'm just going to take a moment just to connect in with your energy. And what I'm being shown is that there is a bit of energetic constriction around your throat. And what it feels like as well is that it's related to a bit of a closing down in your heart. And so it feels like being a beautifully sensitive, I can feel how beautiful and kind and compassionate you are. And sometimes that can be taken advantage of by people who are, you know, sometimes that way inclined for whatever reason. And what can happen is that it causes us to create restriction around the heart. And then when we disconnect, or we have a restricted energy flow through our heart for protection, that what it can do is it limits the capacity to be able to share how you truly feel as well. So there's just a holding in of energy. Are you able to relate to that at all?
Yes, that's right.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I'm just going to take another minute to see. So what I'll get you to do, so your throat is also holding a story that's related to an ancestral pattern. And so what happens with these ancestral patterns is that they are repeated generation after generation. And so it's no one's fault. And what happens is that it's just witnessing of this through the family line is then taken on as that's like a best way kind of to behave or to act in the world, because, you know, that's where we learn in the first few years of our life. You know, that's actually where we do take on a lot of our family programming. You know, interestingly, in the first few years of life, we lack discernment between self and others. And so that's actually where we pick up a lot of family patterns, interestingly, and we take them on, as our own. And so what I'm connecting in with is that it's a maternal line thing. And there's a belief around what you have to say may not be that important. Okay. Can you resonate with that?
Yes, that's right.
And so I'll just take another moment. And yeah, so it feels like it started 5 generations ago. And what happened is, like, your great-great-great-great-grandmother came to take on this belief because there was a lot of stress in her environment, and it wasn't really that what she had to say wasn't valued or important. It was the fact that the stress was creating the space that it wasn't possible for what she had to say to be received. And so just breathing into that for a moment. And so do you feel like you'd like to release that pattern now?
Yes, it's just like I feel like my grandmother was passed away. It was 5 years ago, 6 years ago. And I just want to know if she's still with me.
Okay, yes. Yes. So what we can do is, if you'd like, we can untangle that thread, that faulty belief thread, that belief that what you have to say isn't important. Would you like to do that?
Yes.
All right. So what I'll get you to do is imagine that you're turning around and imagine 5 generations of your maternal line standing behind you, and they're all in light. So it's all their light forms. And then seeing a big golden rope. Are you able to connect with that?
Yes.
Yeah, so what I'll get you to do is imagine you're grabbing that rope and you're just gently starting to pull it towards you. And it's releasing each of those ancestors from that pattern. It's just releasing the pattern. So the golden rope is the pattern that's not benefiting anybody, because it was a belief that was taken on that was a misperception about what was happening. And so as it gets to your grandmother, she's holding the rope. Are you able to connect with that? Your grandmother in life?
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, so I'm going to leave you now for a moment because she has a message for you. Just opening to receive with your heart. Just breathing into that. Were you able to receive something?
Yes.
Very good. Excellent. And she wants you to know as well that she loves you very much. and that she thinks you're making the right decision as well, whatever's sitting there for you. And so now as you continue to pull that cord, pull this pattern, releasing your ancestors from this pattern as well. And as it gets through to your mother to release that, the pattern dissolves. And so I'll just get you to see that golden rope completely dissolving, and then bringing your awareness into your throat space, and imagine you're breathing in and out of that space. How's that feeling for you?
I feel better.
Yeah, and so what I'll get you to do for integration work is to every day, just for 5 minutes, imagining a beautiful blue light in your throat and humming. And as you do that, it's going to help to reopen the energy of your throat so that you're more free to speak, and from your beautiful heart space as well. So hopefully that's helpful for you. Thank you, Janet. I've just got Wendy on the line. Hey, Wendy.
Hey, how you doing?
Yeah, well, thank you. Hey, you sound like me. Have you got an Aussie accent too?
Yeah, I'm from South Carolina. Well, I live in North Carolina, but I'm from South Carolina.
Oh, okay. No, I thought I heard a bit of an Aussie accent there for a minute.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I haven't got much time left. Sorry, I wasn't sure how long. I mean, you know, how long's a piece of string, right, when these things are unfolding? But yes, how could we briefly share something with you?
Are you able to connect with people?
Connect with
people that have passed?
No, I don't work in that frequency realm.
Okay, well, whatever you want to tell me, I'm open to it.
Do you have anything going on at the moment that we could share some wisdom around?
I've got a lot of stuff going on. I had a daughter that passed about 10 months ago. I've got a lot of stuff going on.
Okay. I've already got something coming forward for you. So what the guides are showing me is the energy of your solar plexus. And so the solar plexus lives right in the belly. And what it holds is our fire. And sometimes the fire, an internal fire, can dwindle when we are doing things against our will. And so that's even things like people pleasing and doing things that we don't really want to. And what happens when we leak this energy is it leaks the energy of your will. And it's that the will is related to your sense of self, so the self-esteem. And so the more energy we leak, the more difficult it is for us to be able to stand in our own empowerment. Is this resonating with you?
Got a lot of internal issues that I'm trying to heal from. So you know, I spend a lot of time, you know, with just me and my kids, and you know, I kind of try to reflect and kind of. I think I'm healing, but I don't really know if I'm really doing it or not.
Yeah, well, know that you are. Know that you are. And so what the homework for you is for you to come into your solar plexus, so come into your belly, and this is the same for all viewers out there, if anyone can relate to the story, and that's what I love about these sharings with the guides, is they can be translated because so many of us do hold similar patterns. And so Wendy, what will be really useful for you is to every day connect in with the fire in your belly. Have you heard of that term before?
No.
So we have a fire in our belly, and what it is it's our internal fire. And when it is dwindled or small, we doubt ourselves a lot, and it takes away from our purpose as well, really, our mission, because we sit in this feeling of unsureness. And so what will really help you in your reflections is to imagine a fire in your belly. Can you do that? Imagine that there's a little beautiful fire, just a contained fire, not a big burly fire, but just a empowered fire burning within you. And just breathing into that. And as you breathe into it, it's tending to those flames. How's that feeling for you?
Relaxing.
Yeah, and so as you sit with the flames from that space, I want you to spend a bit of time thinking about the gift that you are to so many people. Think about all the beautiful things that you do for others all of the time. And as you do, breathe that into your fire. So it feels like, this self-acknowledgement, allowing yourself to see how much of a gift you are to everybody around you is going to help you to hold more of your own inner fire. And then from that space, be able to trust your decisions, trust your intuition, because I feel that you are intuitive and you do receive information, but there's a doubt around that as well.
Yeah.
Can you resonate with that?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And so sit with the fire, work with the fire for a few weeks, maybe even a month or two. But just sit with it 5 minutes every day at least. So 5 minutes is good. But every day, because what it does is it starts to recode the usual habitual patterns that you have. So if you can sit with your fire every day and allow yourself to reflect how you've been an awesome human to those around you, is really going to help to bring that fire of empowerment, which is then going to help you to trust yourself more and, to do more things that you want to for yourself as well. And hopefully that's helpful. I think I got 10 seconds left to go.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, beautiful Wendy. Great. All right, beautiful ones. Thank you. It has been an absolute pleasure to be here with you. Don't forget, leave any questions if you'd like the guides to share anything specifically about the greater reality, about anything, and we'll do that at the beginning of the next show. Love you lots. Mwah!
listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is Reverend Elliot, your friendly neighborhood esoteric practitioner, coming to you live tonight in the smack dab near the middle of February, which is a month that's near and dear to me because, well, first of all, I have made it my life's mission to stamp out Valentine's Day for married people. That's the point. I mean, I saw on the news the other day, and Lord knows why I was watching the news. I was just in a masochistic mood, but I saw that a whole bunch of people are getting married on Valentine's Day. Now, to me, that's just cheap. These are guys who just don't want to buy a separate gift, or they're just afraid they'll forget their anniversary. So forget that. You know, I mean, if you want to really be esoteric about it, make your wedding day the anniversary of the 13th appearance of J. Fred Muggs on the Today Show. Something like that. Something that nobody cares about. But the other thing is, if I go to a store as an old married man, I have been married, let's see, gosh, how long have I been married now? Something like 50 odd years. Been married to, several different women, but about 50 years. And the thing is, if I were to go to a store and get the last heart-shaped box of mediocre chocolates for Valentine's Day and present that to someone to whom I'm married, or some guy who isn't married may be coming in to buy it, and I could have ruined his relationship because he's not there to buy a box of chocolates for the special someone in his or her life. Generally, it's a he, because it's the man who is the sap enough to be told to do that. And Valentine's Day is the day that we see that the laws of science are not applicable at all, because this is the day that a person can eat 1.5 pounds of chocolate and gain 17 pounds. Now, you tell me how Isaac Newton accounts for that one, and you'll be ahead of the game here. That's a source of energy we ought to look into. You're gaining here, so we should be working with that to try to maybe power our cars. Just pull up at Hershey, Pennsylvania, and have them pump in some chocolate or something. That might work. Because there's definitely something mysterious going on there with chocolates. So this is. Are you ready for this? Are you ready now? Listen to this now. Here we come. This is show number 400 of Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. Now, we were going to do something special for the show. Specifically, I was going to do a video feed with this show, but it didn't work. For some reason, my webcam works fine with everything else on the known universe of computers, but with the system we've got here, which runs through a specific commercial entity, it doesn't work. It just shows you the top of my head. Now, if I'm going to be doing an ad for the Hair Club for Men, that might be interesting, but it's not here. You don't want to just see the top of my scalp for an hour as I talk about tarot cards, because that would be what we call boring. So no. So I tried all kinds of configurations, and it just doesn't function. I have I can do it elsewhere, but we're not compatible with elsewhere. So maybe by next week we'll get that solved, and I will do a video feed. See, the thing is, I could use the camera in the lid of my laptop here, just above the screen. We've all got them, and then I could use that. But because of the nature of my particular oculary affliction, I need to be pretty close to the screen when I do these things. And what you'd be getting is such an extreme close-up of my face that I look like a deranged serial killer, if not, and just an angry old man. Maybe that was the other alternative. I could have just done that and announced that Reverend Elliot will not be here tonight. In his place, we present an angry old man. But no, we just decided to go with painting the theater of the mind, as radio used to be called. I'm shuffling up the cards now, which if my a wonderful hookup, my video stuff had worked, you'd see that. What good that does, I have no idea. But whatever. But I'm here. And I'm ready to spend an hour with you reading the cards as we tool down towards Valentine's Day. Now, keep in mind that I have a special sale thing going here because I missed so many shows last year, and I'm trying to miss no shows this year. That's for sure. But I'm more or less succeeding. I think I've done more shows than I missed this year. And I will, what's the word? What am I groping for here? I cut the prices in half. Let's put it that way. Let's just be bluntly commercial. My tarot readings off the air for personal tarot readings directly with the reader and the querent, that would be you. I have now slashed that price in half. And I did that as a promotion last year, but I decided to keep it going because it's only fair. You guys tuned in. It was 52 weeks in the year, and we're going to do some advanced mathematics now because last year I did only 15 shows. So that leaves more than a dozen shows, right? I'm a product of the New York City school system. Don't hold it against me, okay? The fact that you tuned in more often than not and heard recordings, that was not my optimal idea for a compelling radio program. I like being live. I like talking with people. I enjoy the audience here. I can't even tell you how immensely you have affected my lives. My lives, my life. I'll tell you what it is. New York is filled with people. If you just walk around New York, New York is filled with people. New York is filled with famous people. If you just walk around, you're going to see celebrities. One day, I was standing on the corner of 79th Street and Broadway. And there was an elderly man standing next to me, waiting for the light to change to cross the street. And it was Cab Calloway. And if you don't know who that is, shame on you. But it was Cab Calloway. And I almost did that thing that starstruck, well, let's face it, the word would be schmucks do. I almost said to him, "Do you know who you are?" But he saw it coming and he smiled. I've had some interesting times with famous people on the streets of New York. I've been complimented on my attire by Christopher Walken. I had a wonderful chat with Gene Stapleton because some of you may know this. I wear spats, which is, you can look that up. I forgive you if you don't know what they are because it's short for spatterdashes. Does that help? I don't think so. But I'm one of the few people who outside of the 19th century wears spats. And her father wore spats, apparently, Miss Jean Stapleton. And she saw me and she almost jumped with joy. And she said, "You remind me of my father." And she brought back so many happy memories. And we stood there and chat. And not once, by the way, did she tell me who she was, you see. A very secure person. I've had two of the nicest celebrity chats I've had in my life have been with Gene Stapleton and in another setting with Carol O'Connor, who was such a delightful, gentlemanly man, and it was just very nice. I was a star whose name I won't mention. She called the police on me once, claiming that I had phoned in a bomb threat to the Broadway Theater, which, of course, got me chatting with Jack Nicholson. Now, I don't know why she singled me out, but I'm not the bomb threat kind of guy. You know, let's face it. You know me, guys. If I'm going to bomb something, I'm just going to bomb it. I'm not going to tell them. So, no, I didn't do that. And it was, I'd be happy to tell you off the air who that was. But, boy, that was a weird one. But, you know, that's the way it goes. You know, there's so many famous people here. Well, now it seems, you see, there's a point to the meanderings here. I'm famous in a sense, you know, for having done this show for 14 years. I mean, I get stopped on the street every once in a while by somebody who will say, "You're Reverend Elliot," and then we'll talk, you know. Now, that doesn't happen often, and nobody's annoying about it. And, of course, it doesn't hurt that I wear a button that says I'm Reverend Elliot. But by the way, if you want these buttons, you know, you've seen my show logo. I know you have, because I plaster it everywhere. It's a round button that says I heart free tarot readings and all. If you want those, if you want a few of those, just drop me a line at asktarot@earthlink.net, and I'll be happy to send you a few. No charge, because it's advertising. You know, I mean, that would be pretty gauche to charge you even shipping and handling to have my buttons. But if you want some, I'll be happy to send them to you. But the thing is, I'm just famous enough that the right people know who I am, you know, meaning you guys, and nobody bothers me. So I can go months and months and months at a time without anybody knowing who I am. And of course, you know, what good is it going to do me anyway if I pull up to the Russian tea room and there's no table there and I say, "Do you know who I am?" No, of course not. You know, that's not going to help. But I've seen that done so many times by some really pathetically famous people. But I had a great time at the Russian tea room once where, now here, this is really going to date me, but it was in the 90s, though, so it's not that far back. But Skitch Henderson was there, and he was working the room. You know, he was going from table to table like he was the king of the realm. And boy, did he flip out when he saw me, because not only was I wearing spats, but I was wearing a 19th century pince-nez glasses, you know, the kind that the nosy bank examiner always wears in the old movies. They just clip on the tip of your nose. And I had those for years and years and years. I wore those. They don't look as good with an eye patch, though, so I pretty much put that aside. That eye patch gives me a whole other level of fame. We discussed that last week. But see, in the city of New York, you got to have a bit of a gimmick. And I don't know, my gimmick apparently was dressing out of the 19th century. So who knows? I mean, let me put it this way. I don't believe in wearing a bow tie, a gentleman wearing a bow tie with a flat collar. Now, I got that from Damon Runyon. Not that he told me that. It's in one of his books. A bow tie must always be worn with a bat wing collar. And that I do that. I read that and I mentioned it to my wife, and she rolled her eyes and shook her head and said, "Now I'm going to have to go find you bat wing collars," right? You know, so she knows me too well. So yeah. So if you see a guy, now get a load of this, and I'm working to a point here. A guy walking around with spats, a bat wing collar, pince-nez glasses, and get this, a derby. You know, that would have been me. But there was also a deputy police commissioner who dressed that way. And there was a contract out on him. And I'm the only other person in New York who resembled him. So, you know, I 86'd the outfit, toot sweet, folks, when that happened. But his name was Jack Maples. If you find a picture of him, you'll see what I mean. I hope he's still with us, but I don't know. But yeah, he dressed that way, and there were only two of us, and one of them had a contract out on him, and I looked like him. And I even went to a saloon where he was known to frequent, So no, there's sometimes the need to be distinct is not worth betting your life. That's that's about as simple as I can put it. But yeah, I had a little bit of fame, and I do have people come up to me on the street and say to me, "You're somebody." I don't know who you are, but you're somebody. This is. I mean, a urologist once did that to me during the middle of an exam. He said, "You're somebody, aren't you?" I think it's just the way I carry myself. I have no idea. But what am I supposed to do? I say, well, I am a world-renowned tarot card reader, and wait for the applause, right? It would go like this: I'm a world-renowned tarot card reader. It would land with a thud. But this is New York, and everybody's got to have a gimmick and be famous. And I hung around with some truly interesting famous people. I may write a book about that one day, except the problem is that I wouldn't be the star of my own book. Get a load of the ego on this guy, right? Oh man, I'm starting to dip into my memories, and I've been meaning to finish a blog post about the worst winter I ever spent in New York at my blog. And what happened is I was once again, for no discernible reason, booted from Facebook. I was off of Facebook for almost a year because the most I got out of them was they said I was impersonating somebody. And I said, who am I impersonating? And they said, this person named Reverend Elliot. And I said, I am Reverend Elliot. And they didn't believe me. Either that or they just thought it was funny. But I was thrown off of Facebook for impersonating myself. Now you go get a better story than that, right? So time marched on, and the whole thing disbanded, so to speak, and I was allowed back on Facebook for about 2 weeks. And they did it again. They just did it again. They just told me when I tried to log in, your account has been disabled. Now, under the Facebook with Disabilities Act, I should qualify, but no, this is a disability that they do not look kindly upon, and I'm off of Facebook, and now I really just don't care. I as I phrase it, I go to my blog and you'll see it. You'll see at my blog, it says, I close the iron door on you. And some of you astute old-time movie fans will know where that line is from. But other of you have more important things to do in life than watch John Barrymore scream, I close the iron door on you, etc. But hey, how do you like that? The world's worst John Barrymore impression. So anyway, here we are going to spend the next hour either with me doing this constantly or reading some tarot cards. What do you say? Shall we read some tarot cards? Yeah, another precinct heard from. Okay, good. So we're going to do that. That's what we're here for. So we're all shuffled up. We're ready to go. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I need to discuss, but there isn't. I've run out of witty persiflage. So, that's my new stage name, Woody Persiflage, right? How is that? That'll do it. So I am now going to ring our bell, traditional bell, 3 times to declare sacred space. And we're going to pull back the curtain on the magical window to speak with Bree in Lakewood, Washington. Hello, Bree. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Well, hello, Reverend Elliot. How are you today?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm fantastic. Thank you.
I see you've been waiting quite a while to get through here. I'm glad I got to you.
Yeah, me too. I appreciate it. Thank you.
So what can I look at for you? Let's get down to brass tacks. What do you want to look at? And I am at your service.
Let's just look at whatever you're feeling. Let's look at whatever you're feeling.
You want me to look at a backache? Well,
are you feeling that too? Me too, man.
Yeah. Well, human beings were not. There are two things human beings were not meant to do. We were not meant, and a very wise physician told me this, but of course I fired him and got a different physician. They're not supposed to. Human beings were never supposed to stand upright the way we do, and we were not. We were supposed to be dead by the time we we're 24. So so yeah, you can
Hold
see.
on, is that why I slouch all the time?
Yeah, there you go. So let's see what I have here. I have some interesting cards here for you if you want to take a look at them. They're all good, by the way. What I'm seeing in here in your future is very good. They're very good. Speaking of the future, I'm making a little Facebook ad. Facebook, right? Forget Facebook. I'm out of there. I'm going to put this ad on Twitter, which
Yeah,
is
we've already been over that, man. You're done with Facebook.
Oh yeah. Oh, that's how many times they're going to do this to me. The question is, if the world is going to end in 12 years, why do we look into the future? So I have a nice smirking answer to that. But here I have cards for you that are very good. There's two things that are coming into your life that are new. One is there's a new way of thinking, that your mind is evolving and you're evolving a new way of thinking. Is that correct?
That is 100% correct. Thank you.
Okay. And the other is that there's money coming your way. Just letting you know that there's a strong shot of money coming your way. That's the Six of Coins. That's a person gleefully handing out money. Now, the Two of Cups is here. That tells me that something good is going to happen to you in terms of relationships with people. It could either be a new relationship or a relationship that you are in that will be reaching a new level, but something good is going to be coming out of the relationship. The Six of Cups shows me that you have been influenced by things happening way back in your childhood. In a positive way, though, that you have some happy memories. Is that so?
Not so much. It's more so the sad memories that have lit a fire under my ass.
Yeah, well,
I'm positive.
I'm the same way. I mean, if I once made a therapist cry just by describing my childhood, but it's not, and I said to her, it's not supposed to work this way, But that makes us appreciate the few happy moments all the more, as what I see, and I see that those are still present in your heart and in your mind. There's Six of Rods here is a person who's going to be extremely successful at whatever she does. Now, this leads to the Eight of Coins, which is Six of Rods is about career and work, and the Eight of Coins is about diligently applying yourself to a new field of endeavor and being rewarded for it. So if you're looking for new work, something is going to come your way and you're going to do very well with it.
I'm going to get me a grooming van, sir.
Oh, yeah? What is that?
It's a dog grooming business. I am going to get myself a dog grooming van, and I'm going to drive around and I'm going to groom my dogs.
Excellent, excellent. Don't get me started on dogs, because last week we ended up spending about 27 hours talking to a caller about German Shepherds. And the smarter the dogs are, the more they love being groomed. So that sounds great. But now, in terms of starting a business, when the Six of Coins comes in, which is the one about money, that tends to mean that you'll find investors. Now, you're going to do all right.
I already know.
You do? Okay. So the
Yay!
Ten of Cups.
Thank you.
The Ten of Cups is here, which is about great emotional well-being and happiness and joy and a happy home. And the Nine of Cups is here, which is a warning in a sense that people are going to be jealous of you. You're going to be doing so well financially.
Mm-hmm.
So you're headed in the right direction. Now, I'm going to guess that the reason that card about childhood memories has come up is that your love of dogs goes back to childhood.
Yes.
Correct? So there you go. So you're taking something from your past and you're bringing it into the future and using that as a strength, which is marvelous. It's just marvelous. I mean, you and I could talk for hours about that, but of course we would lose the audience, but we'd have a good time, you know. But
I don't think that we would lose the audience, dude. I think we are a good time. I don't think we would lose them at all.
Oh, good.
But
I appreciate
let me
that,
tell you really, really
positive
quickly.
thinking.
My mom
Yeah.
passed away in May.
No,
And
sorry.
my mom thank you. She was the best person in the world. She was the best groomer. And she taught me how to groom, and I've been grooming for 16 years. She was grooming her entire life. She went into labor with me while she was grooming dogs. And
Wow.
yeah, when she passed away, I thought I was going to give up my whole career because I was just so sad. I just felt paralyzed. And then when I snapped out of it and I was like, listen, she would not want this for you. She would want you to build a legacy for your kids and pass it on.
Yeah.
And
Well,
just
you know,
like pull your pants up.
that grief is completely natural, you know, so don't,
Oh
I
my
hope you're
gosh.
I hope you're not beating yourself up about that, because it's a completely natural reaction. And eventually we do get ourselves out of it. People ask me a lot of times about that. How long should I grieve? And I say, as long as you need to. The only time it's a problem, because I hate it when people say, don't you think you've grieved enough? No, you grieve as long as
Yeah.
it takes, whatever it takes. And part of you will never stop grieving. But the thing is that if it starts to hurt your existence, then you may want to seek some help. But until then, no.
Yeah.
So you see, what you did was you let it, you did it right. You know, you let it become not, you let it hurt because it's hurtful, and that's what hurt things do. They hurt us, and we let it hurt, and we deal with the hurt, and you absorbed it, and it became part of your personality in terms of deciding your direction in life. And you're going to be, according to these cards, you're going to be successful and happy at it. So what more can you ask
Yep.
for, right?
And my sadness is definitely my superpower.
Okay, you know, there you go.
Yeah.
I
Thank you for all that confirmation. I appreciate you.
And I know exactly where that comes from, because I think the one thing that characterized my growing up was adults in the family saying, "You used to be such a happy little child," and I was thinking, "Yeah, well, who do you think did that? Made me what I am now." You know? But you know,
exactly.
I could not wait to grow up. I could not wait. I mean, I was the kid who would put talcum powder in his hair to look like he was going gray, you know, just to experiment with being old. And I'll tell you something. I hear people say how it stinks to be an adult because you have to do adulting and take care of yourself. It's exactly what I'd hoped it would be. You know, I'm in charge to the degree that we can ever really be in charge. I make my own decisions. I make them rationally, and I don't take advice from people who don't know what they're talking about. You know, like, as I discussed this occasionally.
I'm still learning. Okay.
Always. That's, you see, I can tell that. You know, that card I had about applying yourself diligently at a job, that is about an apprenticeship in a sense. And that means you're learning, and you become very good at what you're doing. And here, there's another card here for you, the Sun, which is about health and healing and growth and happiness. Now, you're going to take something that you've loved, and you're going to make a living out of it. And that's where that drives a lot of people nuts, because Alan Watts, the philosopher, said, all sensible people make a living doing what they enjoy doing. And I've done
where
that.
The joy goes, money flows.
That's what I did most of my life. And people say, well, not everybody can do that. And I said, of course they can. You can't do it all the time. You know, you can't just jump out of childhood into the workplace and say, here's what I want to do. I want to be a Grammy winning, you know, blah, blah. No, it takes time. And of course, I've had my share of jobs I didn't particularly want to do, but they were fine because I knew that each one was bringing me closer to what I wanted out of life. And by gosh, you know, it worked fine. I was so happy at a job that everybody else loved that the people who ran the company thought I was stealing from them. Why would I want to be unhappy?
Yeah,
It's
that's where I'm at too. Everybody thought that I wasn't going to be able to make it, so I could see where some jealousy is definitely going to be there because started from the bottom and I'm going to be up at the top.
I was speaking earlier about famous people in New York, and there is a man who was very famous in his field, he designed book covers, and he was my downstairs neighbor as a kid growing up, and he was the guy. I'm not going to mention his name only because of what I'm about to say. I don't want to embarrass him, but it was. I ran into him once in a jazz club, and introduced myself to him, and he said, "You're that kid from upstairs? You're little Elliot from upstairs?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "We all thought you were going to end up in the penitentiary."
Oh my God.
So he said,
Why?
Everything is okay for you?" I said, "Yeah. I mean, I'm the press agent for the band here." He said, "You're kidding. No." And he said he couldn't wait to rush home and tell his wife that they were totally wrong about me.
Why did they think you were going to be in the penitentiary?
I didn't want to ask.
You should have.
I couldn't. I just didn't want to. And he was so happy that I wasn't strapped to the electric chair, So
well, that's
there you
good.
go.
I don't know, man. What's going on with you? Were you a wild child?
Not particularly. I just was very what's the word I'm looking for? I was different, shall we say. I mean,
everybody's a little bit different, but I love that for you. Stay different. I hope you're still different.
When commencement came around from elementary school to junior high school, several people who saw that they were going to be in the same homeroom classes I was burst out crying. I mean, this is something you don't forget, but I find it funny looking back. They just burst out crying. So what can you say? I hear from them once in a while. Sometimes I hear from people from way back in my childhood, and oddly enough, they don't understand that I'm a different person now. In a sense, it surprises them that I'm not the same. Now go figure, right?
Yeah,
how can you be the same from the third grade to senility, right? Practically. Anyway, yeah. So this is.
I always say
just
some people's children.
Yeah, it's just a one big trip we're on, and let's enjoy the ride because we're riding on a one-way ticket. They say maybe we're not. Maybe there is more to this after we go, but that's that.
I definitely think there's more to this after we go.
I'm counting on it because this can't be it. This
exactly.
This can't be it. So let me just say one other thing here. I pulled a couple of cards here for you again, and one is the Ace of Coins, which is the beginning of money coming in. Again, that tells me that this is going to be a successful business. And the other is the Moon, and the Moon is about the subconscious mind. And it means listen to your internal feelings and your internal dialogue and pay attention to your dreams. And I believe you know all that.
I do.
So you're on a good path, and you're going to have a very good year. You may surprise a few people, you may shock a few people, but you knew all along what you're capable of, and you'll be doing it. I have one last card here, which tells me. It's a card that scares people because of bad movies, but it's not a scary card. It's the death card. That means
it's the death card.
That one phase of your life is coming to an end and a new one is beginning. That's very important. I love
that. I love it.
It's not about dying because that's in all of our futures. But so you don't need cards for this.
No, it's about a new beginning. It's about me setting my old self into my new self. I'm excited. I'm living for it. I love this.
You've got it, and it's happening, and you're going to do well. You're going to do really, really well, from what I see here. So keep me posted. I'd love to know. My email is. You can find me ways to get in touch with me everywhere. But let me know. Had a great time talking with you. But then
You
again,
well. Thank you so much, man.
I'm a dog person myself, so we're a very.
Me too. I'm a puppy speaker. I tell you what.
Yeah, yeah. I once brought home a stray German Shepherd. Some evil person dumped that in the street and got rid of it. And
oh no.
And I brought it to the 20th Precinct Police Station here on the west side of Manhattan, and the cops were fighting over who gets to take her home. It's because
Did
they'll
she
dump
become a police dog?
I have no idea what happened because I lost track of it.
I bet she did.
I try to limit my interactions with the police department. It was always, but
I think everybody does.
Not that I dislike them, but I get nervous about them. I got so nervous when one of the New York sheriffs walked into a store I was working in that I just dropped a whole bunch of stuff, and after he identified himself, and then I slipped and I hit my chin on the counter, and I looked at him and I said, I bet you think I'm guilty of something, and he looked at me and said, yes. Which almost killed me.
No.
So,
oh no.
So that's, I'm not big with authority figures. So anyway,
but I reckon you should steer clear then, because your chin is not going to do well next time.
No. So the main message here for you is that you're headed for a really good year of growth and achievement. And oh gosh, here's the judgment card that literally shows rebirth on the card. So there you go, right?
Hell yeah.
So
that's what I'm talking about. Thank you, sir.
My pleasure. Have a great night, because I know you're going to have a great year.
You too.
Bye now.
Thank you. You too. Bye.
And let's shuffle them up. You see why I like doing this? I like doing this. I mean, I just talking to people and hearing the stories and seeing how much we all have in common. Now, I didn't ask, who did you vote for? I need to know who you voted for so I can decide if I hate you, that kind of stuff. We don't need that in our lives. We just don't. It's ridiculous. We all have far more in common than we don't. And that's a very poorly constructed sentence, but you get my meaning. I know you do. And I know you do because you're a very enlightened audience. And I'm not saying that to, I think of those old TV shows, and what a wonderful audience you're. But you guys are. Otherwise, you wouldn't be listening to. This is a very positive radio network, the Ask One Radio Network. This is beautiful, positive energy here. Now, if you wanted negative energy, you know where to find it. There are people who get paid millions of dollars to empty their bladder on people, shall we put it politely, which is not quite raining on someone's parade, but it's a little worse than that. And I couldn't do that. I don't know how anybody does that for a living. And they better be very careful, these people, because they become what they pretend to be. And if you want to read a book about that, a novel, which is a very sad book called Mother Night by Kurt Vonnegut Jr., do that. I would implore you not to see the movie, because the whole point of the book, the whole moral of the book, the punchline of the book, they left out of the movie. I guess they figured it was too heavy for people. But yeah, you see, don't be careful who you pretend to be in life, because that's who you're going to be. Okay, that there's no way around that. So don't say, something, they're going to pay me millions of dollars to act like a, and then you fill in the blank. And then before you know it, that's what people think you are. And when enough people think you are that, you are that. And that's the way it goes. That's all she wrote, baby. I'm in my Kojak mood, right? Melanie in Brenham, Texas is next. Hi, Melanie. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi. Nice to meet you.
Oh, glad to be met. How are you tonight?
I'm doing great.
Beautiful. What can I look at for you?
I'd like to know more about career.
Okay, excellent, because the card right here at the top after I shuffled them is the Page of Rods. And rods are about career. And the page is about the solid appearance of something in life. So there may be a new job coming your way, a new career option. Now that's followed by the page of swords, which is a new way of thinking is emerging in your life.
Yeah. That makes sense to me.
The 5 of rods is here. You're going to enter a competitive field, and you're going to do well. You know, this is a card that shows people beating each other with sticks, but it's not a card of violence. It's a card of some struggle, but it's like the usual day-to-day struggle stuff. Queen. Okay, and here's the 2 of rods again, which is waiting for something to bear fruit and results, but it's career. So you asked me about career, and 3 of the 5 cards are about career. So that's pretty good.
Okay.
So
in a positive way.
I see good stuff coming your way. Here's the ace of the page. Look at that. The page of rods, the page of swords, the page of coins. The page of coins is about the solid appearance of more money in your life. So you have the appearance of a new job opportunity, the appearance of a new way of thinking, and the appearance of money. Now these are good because the knight this is the last card in the court suit is the page. The knight is the first one, and the knight is theoretical. It's kind of just taking shape, and it may or may not happen. But this is the card, the page they're the earth cards, and that means it's here, it's happening. So this is going to be a year for you of work, new thoughts put into action, and money coming out of that. You will have the ability to wipe away all opposition in the stiff competition. You have the patience to wait for things to pay off, and emotionally you're very stable. I would hope so anyway, but that's what I see.
I'm trying.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know that stable is always good. You know, sometimes it's good to run amok, but I think overall you're well balanced, and you have control of these things. The magician is here. That's a person who has, shall we say, supernatural abilities, spiritual abilities, and can bring those to bear here on the earthly realm. Now that's again with the pages.
Wow.
The pages are all about these things appearing on the earthly realm, and the magician takes power from above and brings it below to where we are now.
Wow.
So you're a very spiritual person, I see, and you may even have more power than you think you do. But I think you're aware of it, aren't you?
Yeah. Well, I want me to tell you
Sure.
my change, or
Go
so
ahead.
I was in a motorcycle accident a little less than 2 years ago. A truck pulled out in front of me, and I lost 40% of my blood and died on the side of the road. And obviously they brought me back.
Yes.
But I did go to heaven, and I feel like that's changed my life in a lot of ways, and that I'm in a new direction. And I heard you talk about with the previous caller that I hope there's something else out there after this, and there is.
Well, my usual glib answer when people ask me, is there life after death? And I always say to them, well, where do you think we are? That's but that's just glib. Yes, there's too many things that happen to make me think that this is the end of the road for us. We may not exist the way we are now, but we'll exist, is how I feel. Woody Allen had the funniest line. I think it was in Hannah and her sisters about reincarnation and living our life over again. And he said, "Do you mean I have to sit through the ice capades another time?" No, it's a little more complex than that. But yeah.
It is.
Hey, listen to this. You've got 2 great cards here. These 2 rarely show up together. The magician and the fool. The fool is the beloved of God. If there was anything negative in your reading, it would have showed up. It would have been erased by this card's presence. So you're a person of great spiritual power and insight and understanding, and a little trip like the one you described will do it.
Yeah, it did. It changed everything. Yeah.
I know that as my grandmother many years ago lay in bed dying in the hospital, she was a little annoyed because nobody was paying attention to her husband, who was just sitting there watching her.
Yeah.
Well, her husband had
Yeah.
died in 1925.
I knew you were going to say that. Yes, I've heard those stories before. I've heard that, and I believe it, especially now since I experienced something like that.
Well, there is a story that I have at my website, magic-works.com, which is you can find me relating it, but the short story is for years I ran a newspaper. My wife and I spent a little over 20 years running a newspaper. And there was an old kind of drunk man at a sleazy dive bar here in Hell's Kitchen that I loved and frequented back when I was drinking in those days. And one day he turned to me and said, your grandfather is very proud of what you're doing. And I said to him, oh, yeah? Yeah. Which grandfather? My mother's father or my father? And he said, the one in Germany who used to be a publisher. Now,
wow,
that blew my mind, because not even my wife knew about this, and I'm not even sure that my sister knew about this, but our grandfather was the publisher of Vogue magazine in Europe. And and he said he's proud of what you're doing with your newspaper as a publisher. And then I must have had that look on my face, because the bartender came up to me and said, Joe just told you something about your family, didn't he? And I said, you mean he does this to other people too? Yeah, he gets enough to drink, and he starts to talk about people's dead ancestors, and he's right on, So these kind of things, we ignore them at our own peril, So it's very good. I'm glad you're back. I'm glad you survived and you're with us. And you're headed for you're headed for very interesting times, and it's all through your own efforts, and I applaud that. And in fact, let's applaud that here. See, there. Why not, right?
Yeah.
Now I get to I can write off the gadget. So
I was surprised to be chosen for this, and it kind of like made me think, yes, maybe I do need to share the story and that kind of thing. And then
please do.
The cards that you pulled really surprised me. But you want me to tell you right now what happened?
No, something. Develop it, and write it down, and we'll see if we can put it someplace. How's that?
Okay, I know what happened already. It was very clear.
Well, it's good to have clarity, that's for sure. But I'm going to see if I can get another call in. I've just a few minutes left.
All right. Thank you. That was wonderful. I appreciate it so much.
Oh, I really enjoyed speaking with you. I had a great time. Hope to hear from you again. Bye-bye now.
Thank you.
And let's go to Kelly right now in Owen Sound, Ontario in Canada. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliott, Kelly.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
I'm okay, thank you.
Well, let's see if we can make that a little better. What can I look at for you in the cards?
My future.
Well, okay. Let's see. I see you, and this is going to be happening pretty soon. I see that you're moving away from things in your life that weren't really working for you, and you're moving towards things that are working. Is that correct?
Yes.
You're making these improvements in your life. Well, that's good. And I see that the 8 of Rods tells me it's going to be bringing almost immediate changes. You're doing very well with that. There's now the Ace of Rods is here also. That tells me that there's potential for new job for you, new career, new work. And that's followed by the Page of Coins, which I had earlier, which is a new money stream. So keep an eye out for a new business opportunity, a new job opportunity. Here you have the Ace of Coins and the Page of Coins. There's a new income stream definitely in your future. There's no two ways about it with cards like that. So I have what I have here, though, is something that you probably are going to really enjoy hearing. The 10 of Swords. It's an ugly looking card, but what it means is the worst is over. that you've been through some very rough times and you're still here. You survived, and you're going to get up and you're going to keep going. And the Ace of Cups is here, which is the beginning of happiness and joy and emotional well-being. So in essence, you went through some rough times lately, and the world has thrown its worst at you, but you're still here. That's showing them, right?
Yeah.
So, it's difficult when rough times are over. It can be very hard to believe it. But I'm seeing that it's over.
Yeah.
You have the strength card here. That's you're a person of strength to overcome this. But you take a look at that 10 of Swords sometimes on most tarot decks. It's an ugly card that shows a person lying face down in the mud because that person has been hurt and beaten up and messed around with, but has lived and has survived and is not going to throw in the towel. So it's a good sign. Ultimately, I have the 10 of Cups. That's a card of perfected happiness. So very well done. You're going to survive all of this stuff and come out of it fine. Okay.
Okay.
So hang in there, and this show will be at the Ask One Radio archives. Check it out if you start doubting this, because a lot of people hear a good reading and then they're happy, but then they start to doubt it. But you give it a shot. Listen to it again. Here's another: the Sun, healing, health, growth, happiness, judgment, a rebirth for you. Yeah, you're headed. Your whole life is going to turn around for the better. And
okay.
There's nothing more exciting than that. And you've been working on that. You've been making it happen, and it's going to happen. So congratulations. Okay, I've got to run now,
Thank you.
but I certainly I love ending on a high note like this, because that is a dynamic, wonderful reading. The worst is over. Okay, keep that in mind.
All right, thank you so much.
My
pleasure.
pleasure.
Appreciate
it. Bye now. So, folks, we've come to the end of show number 400 on Ask One Radio with Reverend Elliott's Magical Window. For those of you new to Magical Window, that could mean you were born sometime in the last 14 years. So that this could be all new to you for all I know, and why not, right? That we are on every Wednesday at 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific. I had a little technological snag here, or I would have had a very special show for the 400th, but we'll do it maybe for the 401st or 2nd. We'll get there yet. So remember, drop by magic-works.com. MAGICK. I always want to say MOUSE, but MAGICK-works.com. And take a look. I've got over 100 pages there of fascinating magical information, audio, video, movies, all kinds of good stuff there. Free downloads, you name it. You can tool around there and pick up an education in magic. And if you want a book that will change your life, if you want to change your life for the better, go to mojoacademy.org. At mojoacademy.org, there is a book there that will change your life. And that is a promise. So I look forward to seeing you next week. If you haven't had your fill of me yet, you can contact me anytime. My email is asktarot, ASKTAROT, one word, lowercase, asktarot@earthlink.net. And maybe you can have one of those tarot readings with me half off. I do free mini readings for the Ask One Radio audience, and that's you. So collect it. Get a free mini reading. Get a free birth chart, too, from me. Put me to work. Exploit me. Treat me like that. Go ahead. I love it. So just drop me a line at asktarot@earthlink.net or just go to magic-works.com and look at the page there for a free birth chart. So I'll see you again next week. Remember, time flies. It's up to you to be the navigator. Bye-bye now.